to anything.
He probably
Um,
busy, man. Ella be moving.
yeah, I was waiting to see where he was if he responded to anything, but you never know with him.
Yeah.
No,
Go ahead. I'll see you later.
the
Kiss. Give me a kiss. All right, bye.
I put Gone AWOL in there, but I haven't because I was pretty tied up earlier today.
Yeah.
But we got this going live,
Hey,
so
AWOL just dang, my phone is off. AWOL just went live about a good hour ago.
yeah, I
Yeah.
saw something about that, but at the time I was what was I doing? Probably editing, I guess. I don't know. But then the video I was doing
Don't worry about it. I don't want that
basically had
part.
to restart it.
Uh-huh.
Had to redo the re-encoding or whatever because it I don't know, it just didn't catch everything the first time around for some reason. It didn't have the intro thing in there and it didn't have the right size for like the on foot and stuff. But I
Uh-huh.
opened it back up and I looked at everything and everything still looks right. So I don't know what the deal is.
Mm.
But let's see. But if he does show up, he can put the link in there so he can at least see it.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he will. If he because he already went live, so
No, I'm talking about Alias because
oh okay.
like, I was talking to him like 10 minutes before I jumped on here,
Oh,
and then he
okay.
just vanished. Just
Oh, for real.
yeah, just completely disappeared. So I don't know what happened with that.
Probably
And let's see, but it looks like some
StockX so
people
full. I hate StockX, man. I get my
like
shoes like way. They take too long. I sold some shoes. I mean, I know the COVID thing been going on, but I done sold shoes to them and Goat like the same time.
uh-huh.
Goat's quick. StockX is I sold these shoes like what's this? July the 8th, like June the 16th. I'm like, come on, man, it's going on like a whole month. I guess they might be just doing a different process. I guess everybody's different. So
Shoot, yeah, I've had nothing but I mean, I've only sold on there a couple times, but each time things have gone through perfectly. You
uh huh.
know, I sold something in December and mailed it, went to Georgia, and the day they got it was the same day that they paid me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, so I
Yeah,
have
they good with that. Yeah. Because I went to the shoes to ship too. I know my shoes been there for like yes, for a while. I was like, dang, I sent them email. I was like, when y'all gonna ship my shoes out? They're just like COVID,
I think that
COVID been going on. So I was like, yeah, good God almighty. Let me go ahead and like it. I forgot to like the video. Let me go ahead and like it.
yeah. I mean, I know people talk. That's the thing that like I never really bring up. It's funny because like I've had people in the on the panels or in the lives, whatever you want to call it, and
Yeah,
they'll say, "Hey, everybody, click the like button and stuff," and
yeah.
I, I never think about it.
Yeah, you gotta hit that like button, man. I share it like everybody I follow, like all of y'all.
Hmm.
Like I'll share all my stuff on Twitter. I'm not really a Twitter guy, but most people that follow shoes, they be on Twitter more than Instagram that I've seen. I've been like, God, a lot of people be on Twitter more. So I follow everything on Twitter to get people like, followers and stuff.
I mean, I just kind of started doing that, like the Twitter thing, like not very long ago, and I have some people on there. Okay, he saw the message, so now I guess I'm just waiting on him to click it. We'll
All
let
right.
him know we're in there. But yeah, like the thing about Twitter, it's like I get on there and I don't really know who all uses it, so it's not like it's kind of like basically when I started doing Instagram, right?
Yeah.
I find a couple people here and there, but mostly it's the things that get the most traction on my account are all wrestling related because
Oh, for real.
I'll put something out there and like it'll be like when I buy something from Ringside Collectibles and I'll tag them in the post and like they retweet it and then like everybody in the world sees it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like wrestling people, which is cool because I'm a big wrestling fan. But
Yeah, I
it's
used to
like,
be. I wish I could get back into wrestling, man. But all the wrestlers, they pretty much gone now, ain't they? All the wrestlers, Stone Cold, Rock,
I mean, there's new
all.
ones though, like because think
Yeah,
about
but
it.
they went. I don't. You know what? I'm gonna watch it one day. I just don't think they are they funny. Cause Stone Cold them and all the old school wrestlers used to be funny, man. Like funny, the entertainment. But I guess I need to watch it one day. I'm gonna
I
check
mean,
it out.
I guess it's one of those things. You gotta, like you said, you gotta watch it and just see what you think.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Who all
saying?
they got new now? Who's popping? Like who's the best now?
That's a crazy question because like it's so subjective. It's like some people might say, "Oh, like the Revival is the best." Some people might jump in there and say Adam Cole is the best.
Uh-huh.
Some might say, "Who's?" I mean, you could make a decent case for Kevin Owens. It's so many different people. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So it's really hard to say.
What kind of shoe cleaners you got? You got shoe cleaners and stuff?
Do I have
Yo,
shoe cleaning?
yo. Yeah. Y'all ever
JD,
heard of
what's going
EB?
on?
Look at him. This EB kicks. Pretty cool, man. That's a ro- that's 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 a roll of black people today, but I tell you. Show off, bro. Show off.
Man, shout out, salute the shoes up, man. Shout out to Officer Mitchell, man.
What's
That's
good,
the bro,
bro?
man. Y'all already know, man. Young pickup, bro. They was getting frantic out there at Foot Locker, bro. They wasn't playing at my location.
Really?
I heard.
What was going on over there?
Look, they gave my pair had a glue stain from hell on it. So I went back in there like, hey, can I exchange this 8.5 for another one? The dude like, nah, well, that's the only 8.5 we got in the whole store. I'm like, bro, they on reservation. It's not first come, first serve. How you figure that's the only 8.5 you got in the whole store, bro? You feel me? So the chick was cool though. The chick was like, man, let me see your pair real quick. She was like, you talking about this glue mark right here? I got you. Man, she hit that mug with the little dry eraser, got the whole glue stain off and everything.
Oh, what's she using?
She used the just like a regular kindergarten one of them thick kindergarten erasers, one of them dry rub erasers.
Oh, okay.
And used that and got the little it was the glue stain, but it wasn't a dry glue. It was that wet glue. You know what I mean? Like the sticky, almost like hair glue. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like
okay.
that black glue, yeah. But she ended up getting it off. I got her name and everything. I was like, all right, Corey, every time I need pairs, you got all commission from me. I'm only rocking with you. She was like,
That's what's up.
So yeah, now I got a little inside plug. So now I could call like, hey, y'all getting sizes in these, y'all getting 14s in these. You feel
me? So they had a lot of glue stains on some of them.
Man, I'll show y'all exactly where the glue stain was. Like, let me see, is this it right here? No, this ain't the one. It's the on my pair. It's the right shoe. Let me see, where is that one? Okay, right here. Hold on. Let me get that for y'all. Right there.
I see it. I see it at the bottom right there.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, she got that whole little stain off though, man. So,
wow.
shouts out, salute to Corey at Foot Locker on Warwick Parkway. Shawty, I rocks with
you. Yeah, I guess I don't know if I got lucky or what.
Yours is straight.
Yeah, there's a little bit down on the very bottom. But like I was telling you earlier, it's on the actual sole, and it looks like it's just gonna come right off if I just kind of like rub at it a little bit.
Yeah.
I just haven't taken the time to do it.
And then I got something on the back of it right here.
Yeah,
I got to get that permanent marker. Hit it with that Sharpie real quick. It's all
what
good.
Is going on there?
You feel? I don't know what I thought it was glue. It's not even glue. It's something white.
Huh. That's crazy.
But yeah, it's cool. You feel me? I hit it with the Sharpie. I ain't gonna complain. I'm gonna hit it with the Sharpie.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, you might be able to just kind of get just like when I clean my shoes, I just use those cheap sponges and a little bit of water and some Dawn.
Yeah, you might be elbow grease.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mess around and do that though. But I mean, out of, you know what I'm saying, as far as quality wise, man, I ain't got no complaints, man. I'm just glad that they didn't give you an ashy purple suede. Thank God.
Yeah, because I know like sometimes when you look at them, they can be they can look a little rough, but it's just how it was in the box or something. If you just kind of rub your hand on it, you
Yeah.
kind of correct it a little bit that way. It's just from
Exactly.
how it was laying down in there or something. Because
But
my right one had a little mark on it, but it's that kind of stuff. So I'm like, I'm not worried about that.
I mean, like, I don't know if my Foot Locker was BSing or not, but she said that they had only got 10 pairs, that they didn't even get a full size run. So she was
Wow.
basically like, they got like one size at every one. Because I was like, bro, why your boy tripping? She was like, no, we really did only get one size, and we didn't even get a full size run. She was like, we only got sizes up to, I think she said 12 and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't even ask. I mean, the guy that was ringing up my shoes and all that, he seemed cool and everything. But, there other people were coming in, so I wasn't going to start holding up the line early in the day. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
But I'm always curious, though. But, like, they had the paper. I don't know how they do it where you are. But they had the paper that, lists all the names of people and what sizes they got, And it looked like it was a pretty decent amount. And I think, because that's the only champ that was there. But I think maybe I don't know if the Foot Locker got him in there or not, though. But Harry got a question here. Tried to cop a Foot Locker, wouldn't let me add to cart. Man, everybody has that problem on Foot Locker. There's anything even close to important.
Man, all right, check this out, Shoes.
I don't miss
just to
Foot
let
Locker.
everybody know.
True to size, though.
Just to let y'all know, if y'all got multiple accounts, use different emails. Because like me, I got my same your boy alias 24, you know what I'm saying, email on all of my apps. So when they started pushing back pairs, I opened up my champs and it was like reservation secured. I'm like, I thought y'all just told me I had an L. But it was registering from Foot Locker for me reserving and hitting on that app. So if y'all got multiple apps, use different emails. That way the same email is not attached to all three of your apps, because that could hurt your chances too, as far as hitting on pairs on different apps, because they see the same email drawn from different apps.
Oh, okay.
What? Air Max Plus Wolf Gray, Air Max Plus Wolf Gray. I'm very sure I know which Air Max Pluses you're talking about, because if I'm thinking the same thing, I also want those. But I mean, usually with Air Max Pluses, it's like they're easy to get because everybody's like looking the other way most of the time. It makes me wonder if I'm thinking of something else. But I don't know. If you got a link, you can throw that in the chat so I can see exactly which pair you're talking about.
Oh, hold on. I got glue. I forgot I got glue in the cage, bro. Hold on. Let me show y'all that. I got glue in the cage.
Yep, I see it.
Right there.
Man.
I told you, but it's cool because I got tweezers on deck. It's all good. We gonna get microscopic. We gonna get Dr. Operation up in here.
It's a lot easier, to fix some little things like that than to deal with not getting them and trying to get them later.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, facts. Man, they had to tell people to disperse. They made people leave the Foot Locker because people was up there camping out waiting for the leftovers to see who didn't come and cop pairs. They like, bro, these people got until 7 o'clock tomorrow to pick up their pairs. Dang. We not about to just let y'all sit out here and chill all day.
Yeah.
Because now they used to do it where
like 3 o'clock.
That one day. They give you that one day as far as drop to pick it up. Now they give you an extra day to pick it up on
and
the
it's
drop.
Still closing.
It's until closing the next day.
If you don't get it, you still have to wait till the next business day.
And that's what the dude was trying to tell them. And they like, no, man, we ain't going nowhere. He like, bro, y'all gonna get the hell up out of here. Y'all tripping. Y'all can't even get no leftovers till tomorrow, no way. We can't do nothing for you.
He said we ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, you feel me? I'm like, bro,
you ain't
let
gonna
me
get no
my
shoes
pair and get up out of here because I don't need campus security rolling up tripping.
Yeah, they done chopped everything down.
Man, type flight out there thick too. They just waiting for a problem, man. Let me get up out of here. Y'all tripping, bro. They made me go to Foot Locker in the hood. Yeah, we not letting you go to the suburbs now. You want them grapes? Go to the hood and go get those grapes.
Yeah, I had to go to MacArthur's. It's a little mall over in Norfolk, across from this place where I go to concerts and stuff. and it was crazy because I haven't been to that mall to buy anything since I think I got those silver Air Max 2011s from there or something like that. So it's been a
Been a
long
minute.
time. But
Yeah,
when I saw it pop
it's
up
been a lot, man.
on the reservation, I don't care where it is. I mean, it's within normal driving distance, no problem.
Yeah, long as you get them.
Right. But
Long as
like
you
you
get
were
them.
saying, optimistic. It used to be three o'clock on the
Yeah, I
weekend,
remember 3.
6
Yeah,
o'clock at night. I mean, on the weekdays.
because people used to be sitting out there just waiting,
Yeah.
waiting. They probably tired of that. They probably like, nah. And since
Yeah, they
coronavirus and
making
stuff.
people disperse.
Yeah.
Dude outside was like, man, let me get them off for you, bro. I got 3 for you right now. I'm like, then go get them on stock for your less than 3 right now. What you asking about my pair for? If you got 3 for my pair, you got 3 for stock and save you $25.
Because I've never done that,
You
but I
know,
remember seeing all the people waiting though.
but I did see a lot of females up there. They was hot that they didn't get them for their sizes. A lot of females was mad like, oh, they got an all purple J and we don't even get it. They was like, it was about 5 females up there like, y'all ain't got the grapes in GS. They like, nah, they just only came out for
Oh yeah.
men. They like, no women at all. They was like, no, it's just strictly men. They were like, oh man, yeah,
You know
man,
what?
man, how they gonna do a purple shoe for the dudes? That's gay, man. I'm like,
But
y'all
that is kind of
salty.
crazy.
Y'all hella salty.
Dang.
But I mean, realistically though, thinking about all the shoes that recently have come out in both like men, women, toddler, preschool, grade school, that seems like it would have been one of them. I mean, I can honestly see how it would have.
Yeah,
And,
definitely. Because my daughter wanted them. You know what I'm saying? My daughter wanted them, but I'm like, they don't have them in GS, princess. I'm sorry. Don't beat me up.
I wonder if they ever planned on it because let me see, because I didn't look at like the manufacturer date or whatever. Because
I'm
maybe
just glad that I'm glad that they put the 3M on the tongue, though, man. I'm glad that they put the 3M on these joints. That's still something I still say that's missing from the Bel Air Fobbs is that 3M on the tongue.
where is I don't even know where the
I think that's dope to have that 3M on 5 on any 5. That 3M
Yeah, yeah,
that makes
and
that
like
shoe
the
pop.
yeah
facts,
I
facts.
completely forgot about the 3M on there honestly.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. The Bel Airs don't have 3M no, so
Nah, they don't.
I'm hoping the alternates do have 3M on the alternate stove.
but I'm trying to see like because I was gonna look and see when there it is, see when these things were made. Let's see, 12 so December 18th through February 28th. So yeah, this was well before all this other stuff started. So I was thinking maybe they would have scrapped the idea if it was too late in the game, but no, I see no, I don't see any reason why that would have been a factor.
Exactly. Oh yeah. FYI, update. Kobe tattoo on deck. You know what I'm saying? We had to get the goat tatted. We had to get the goat tatted. You
That's
feel
dope.
me? Yep.
Oh
Y'all know what it is. Don't be hating. Mama mentality for life, man. Mama forever. We out here, man. Legends don't die. We multiply.
man, that's nice. Like when'd you get that then? Today? No, you didn't get that.
Yup. I went. Yeah, I got that today. I literally went
Oh,
picked
okay.
up shoes and went straight to the tattoo shop and got tatted. I just got home not too long ago from getting tatted.
Okay, because I know sometimes people have, when they get them, when they first get one, it looks a little different, or they'll have it all wrapped up and stuff.
Yeah.
Man, this is number 23 for me. You feel me? I ain't got 23 tats. Man, I'm past the wrapping up phase. Man, slap some gel on that. Let's keep it moving. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't have any. Let's see.
But I could definitely say
Oh,
that son is baking the hell out of this mug like a chicken McNugget.
let's see. Hey, how you guys feel about the Jordan 4 off-white? Was that the one that was like kind of like an
The
off-white?
beige. Yeah, like the beige color. Yeah, I think it's dope for real, for real. I mean, to be honest, I just hate the color blocking on it.
Yeah.
I
You
like
get
the
it, you
way
get
it
it. If you
looks.
don't, I don't.
Yeah. I like the way it looks
Yeah.
and the concept of the shoe. Like if the 4 actually looks good as an off-white. I just don't like that color blocking. Now, if they was gonna redo something, they should have did a Union 4. A Union 4 would have been dope.
You said, where am I? The mushroom?
Yeah, the mushroom forest is dope too. That's
Yeah,
like the lemon color with the brown.
yeah. I was thinking this was like a similar color. This is a lot lighter though.
Yeah, I mean
But,
it's kind of that same feel though. It's kind of that same mushroom vibe, just without the brown on it.
yeah. So, because I see what you're saying, like the parts like on the heel and on the side where the side of the cage is or whatever, that plastic piece. I'm not sure how I feel about that milky white kind of thing they have going on. It seems just a little weird to me.
It just feels like they didn't put no time into the shoe. Like they literally just like, hey, we gonna slap the off-white logos on it and call it a day. We ain't even gonna take no time on no colors, no color blocking, no materials. Man, just put off-white on it, put in the Virgil blocks, nigga, keep it moving. You like, dang, we got the straight factory reset pair.
What's going on, P-Town? As always, you are welcome to jump into the chat, or not the chat, jump into the panel if you would like. Let me turn this ringer thing off here. The link is posted somewhere in there, scrolling by. I was going to turn this thing on. Forgot to do that.
Now, let me ask y'all, you know what I'm saying, what y'all think about the Great Fall as far as quality was?
So I'm good with it. I had no problems. I mean, like I was saying, I don't know if I got lucky or what, but the only like blemishes, if you want to call it that, is just the parts where it's kind of expected just because like the type of material it is. If it's laying in a box for, let's say December to February, if it's been laying in a box the last 5 months, you kind of expect certain things, but you kind of brush it out a little bit and it'll fix itself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
no, I know exactly what you mean with that thick suede like that, laying
yeah,
on one side too long, it just keeps rubbing up against that one side. You know, you kind of almost got to flip your pairs like a biscuit.
yeah. So, but otherwise, like as far as quality control issues, this pair is looking pretty good, and the other pair was too. Just had a little bit down on the side here, but that was on that one. But even on these, like it's you kind of grow to get used to it to some extent, when you see a little bit down on here on the side. But what's crazy is like when you look at some companies that offer stuff that's cheaper and just as many or more numbers, and you don't see any of that. Like when I buy like Adidas shoes, there's no problems on there. Man, I just pulled out the FTW title. Wonder where that thing's been. But yeah. So I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, other than the little few blemishes I had on my pair, I mean, I ain't got no complaints. You know, I'm just glad that they didn't do an ashy purple like they did the black.
Yeah, I think that's a good colorway they did right there.
Right. Now, I've been kind of like preoccupied for a large part of the day. So as far as like the release itself, what did you guys see as far as people success or loss, losing out, whatever? Was it pretty decent or what? 'Cause I missed everything today. Like normally when there's a
I
release,
mean, it was pretty easy for me.
I mean, did you see a lot of other people that getting them or no?
Now, when I was there, I was literally the only person there picking them up. But she said they only got 10 pairs in the whole store, so I probably wouldn't go see a whole lot of people up there no way copping them. You know what I mean? Just like with the Galaxy Air Maxes, those was first come first serve, and I'm the only person in line picking up pairs. Everybody else going after top fives. Nobody even looked at the Galaxy Air Maxes.
Yeah, because I was gonna say like I meant to scroll through like Instagram earlier and just see if anybody was able to just get lucky and find any in stores or whatever. Because it seemed like a decent amount of people got through on the raffles, but you know, I was wondering if anybody actually got through without that. Like especially with like Foot Locker today and the way those sites work. I don't know what happened to him. But and then what's Peter saying here? You got the triple white Jordan 1 mids because there aren't many Jordans in Foot Locker Australia. And that's
good. What's good? I'm back.
That's the thing. I always forget, about like how hard it can be to get stuff in other places because you know how it is. Like, even though you're not looking at everything here, you probably walk into the mall and you still see a decent amount of stuff that's at least worth thinking about, even if you aren't going to get it. You know what I mean? Like today, I mean, I walked in there.
Facts.
But that's just like when I do talk to other people, I just see, like, in different countries or whatever, I see it's just all over. It's all over the place, man. And he's saying, yeah, very true. But at least
right. Now that's how it be. That's how it be.
And because I remember, like, last year when I wasn't around here and stuff, everything that I bought, I had to get it from online, right? Because that's just how the stores were. And even before that, like where I was living back out in New Mexico, same thing. So it sucks, but like at least you have like a chance. Let's see.
Yeah, exactly. A way better chance at that. You feel me? Let me ask you this, Shoes Up. Would you have rather seen a different material in purple than that? Would you have rather seen like the suede that was on the Bel Air 5 OGs? Would you rather have seen a leather purple or a purple satin, grape?
So I can kind of compare this to the, I don't know if you remember those Hornets 5s that came out in 2015. I can kind of compare this to those. Those are a little darker. It's more like it's closer to like a navy blue than purple. You know what I'm saying? But the colors overall are close. And for this, I'm pretty sure I prefer this material. I see, like, I don't know if it's just my monitor here, but it looks very blue on the screen. But rest assured, it is definitely a very, very purple shoe. Very purple. Very great. But yeah, I'm good with this material.
Now, what do you think if they would have did a purple satin?
Purple, because I was just looking at those satin ones today. How do I feel about it?
Yeah, some purple satin would have been crazy.
I can see that working. I can see it working. I would just have to see like what if they went with that same shade. The only thing that makes me hesitant to think about satins.
It would probably look like Will Smith's all gold ones.
I'll have to look those up. But like, it's just when you look at satin, like people always talk about how it creases, and that's one thing. But then the other is just that you can run across the wrong thing, and you might get like a little tear in it or something, And that. But hold on a second. Homegrown here, he's saying that the raffle sent his points back and canceled his entry. So I don't know how that happens, but that is crazy to me. Like, so had you won, or was this before that?
That's all bad.
Was it before the drawing even happened? Was it like, because when did the drawing was on Monday, right? Like the results were on Monday, I think. Yeah, the results were Monday because I thought we were picking up
Tuesday.
I thought it
was Tuesday.
I thought the raffle ended on Monday, and then we picked them up on Wednesday. Was it Tuesday? Whatever.
Yeah, and then they pushed it back. Remember, they pushed it back.
Yeah, but so I'm asking him, like, Homegrown Kicks, when did his get canceled? Because that's kind of crazy to me. It says not for the 5s because the black.
So how did y'all do on sneakers How did everybody do on sneakers?
That's what I'm wondering too, because it looked like
sneakers
because they definitely didn't sit. That's for sure. He says it was 2 hours before the draw. He got a notification saying, "Sorry, here's your 1,500 points." That is. Did they? Do you have other stores? Hey, homegrown. If you want, like, there's a link in the chat. You can click that, and you can just jump in if you want. Um, Did you have any other stores possible in your area, or was it only like a Foot Locker or a Champs or a Foot Action? Like just one of them? Because
I had all three here. Here
Yeah.
I had all three. We had all three here.
Because that's the same for me. There's we got like three. I want to say there's at least 3 Foot Lockers. There's one Foot Action, and there's 2 Champs. Or is it 3? No, there's 3 Champs too. Because there's Virginia Beach, Newport News, and then Norfolk. But he says, let's see, 2 hours before, and then for Foot Action. Man, so I wonder what happened. Like, do you know, homegrown, if anybody in your area got them at all, or did they just completely not get stock? So maybe that's why they canceled them. I'm kind of curious about that. Wait. So, Alias, though, when are you thinking that you're going to break these out? Let's see. Harry said it hasn't. Oh, okay. Haven't been on Sneakers app in months. Never tried to get the 5s, but they weren't on the app when I tried to get them off. Yeah, Sneakers is rough. There's no other way to put it. Like, I mean, I'm sure it's even worse over there, but for me, out here, and it's not even like I don't shop with them. I shop with Nike kind of regularly, so you would think that maybe that helps better your chances. It doesn't. You just gotta hope that everything goes in your favor. But Alias, well, what's he doing?
What's good?
Hey, what was the last thing you got off of?
Looking for a tweezers?
What was the last thing you got off of Sneakers? Like the last big release you got off of Sneakers?
Infrared 6.
Oh, so that was, what was that? Mid last year, early last year. Wait, no, yeah, that was mid
Yeah, it
last
was like
year.
February of last year.
Okay, because I was getting the timeline confused with the Bread 4s, but yeah, the 6s was later in the year. So it's been a while for you then, huh? Man, yeah,
Man.
and P-Town saying the Sneakers app also let him down. And for me, like, the sneakers thing is crazy because I just saw today that those 12s got pushed back to like the 20 something, the yellow and black ones. So those are now the 24th. Man, they've been changing all these dates at the last minute. But now what I learned from last week is like, just because they change it doesn't mean that everybody else changes it. Because when those tie-dye ones came out, only Nike, only Nike sneakers, whatever, pushed them back. Okay, so the South Korea Prestos, that's a good one.
Get ready for those Bel Airs to get pushed back.
Man, everything. But I am still surprised that so many people jumped on those Korea Prestos. I don't know if there was just not a lot of them, but nobody has been talking about Prestos in years. So when those came out and people were jumping on them, I was very surprised. But I'm trying to think what the last big release that I wanted from sneakers was that I got. Because what would it have been? Because all the things that I can think of like that were like big to me were like 12s, but a lot of the 12s would sit. So I don't know.
But that's because people buy shoes for the hype now. They don't buy it for the shoe no more. They buy it for the hype now.
Yeah, that is a valid case because like a lot of people, because like I was talking to a friend of mine the other day because he had heard about like reselling and he was wondering how all that stuff works. And for me, it's like I know a lot of people will jump on those things because they want to make the money out of them. Some people they will jump on those because they actually like them. You know what I mean? Which is cool. But and I get the people that want to make money. It's just it sucks because it's like that makes it so much harder for somebody like if you come along and you're looking for these fives and you can't get them because this guy bought up like 6 pair in your city, you know, just because he wants to go and make the money off of them. So I really just wish that like Nike could just make more of these shoes, and if it's something big, like it's gonna sell, you know. Because like with the what was last year's 11 release, the Bread 11s, they made a lot of those, like a whole lot of those, and a good majority of them sold. You know. Oh, let me turn this light on. It's getting dark.
But I think Nike do that on purpose. They want that shoe to resell high. That's why they don't make enough pairs. They do that on purpose, and they get mad at us for reselling.
But yeah, it's crazy though, because they do that like the one big shoe of the year or whatever you want to call it, and everything else just sits, and like you get like the couple thousand or however many pairs of shoes it is, and if you don't get them, that's it. But then again, like when those was like the Space Jams and the Concords and all that other stuff, they make 1 million pair or something like that. Let's see, my favorite pair.
Right, but they'll make a Dior one $2,000.
Yeah. Let's see. What was this question? Where was it? Can't even buy GRs for retail. No, sometimes you can. Like it's crazy. Favorite pair of Air Max Plus. Let's see. It's probably the. Actually, you know what? I was about to say the frequency pack. Completely forgot about that whole OG pack. So it might be the blue, the hyper blue or whatever that color is out of the OG colors. It might be that blue one because that one looks really good. Like, I'm wearing those. I've only worn them like 2, maybe 3 times, but those are high up on the list for me. I mean, because I don't really have like my Air Max Pluses. I probably only have like 5 pair. I think we got the Sunsets, another pair of Sunsets. That's a slightly different model. The blue, the purple, the frequency packs, and that reptile colored pair, like the green and black ones. So I got 6 here that I can think of, and then I got a Galaxy pair at my mom's house from a couple years ago. Hey, Alex, did you see the?
No Air Max Plus, but my favorite Air Max.
That was a Nike ID, right?
Yeah, Joker colors. You feel me? You feel me?
Let's see, Hyper Blue 2014.
Nike ID joints.
Man, the 2014s. Let's see, the 2014s, the 13s for those, the 14. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Now I'm thinking of the 14s because I get the 13s and the 14s a little mixed up because it was so long ago. The 14s were nice. That was also the first year that they made the Flyknit Air Maxes. Those Flyknit 2014s were something amazing. I did when I did my Air Max day review from like my whole Air Max collection, the 2010 to 2017 Air Maxes, because that's when they stopped and moved to Vapor Maxes. That was probably my favorite video to do, just because I forgot how much I liked some of those pairs. The Air Max 90s, like I'm not a big Air Max 90 guy, but I sure have a lot of pairs of them. Like Air Max 90s, like of the Air Max models that I own, like multiple pairs of, usually the bottom one, right? And that's not a knock on them.
Hey, shoes
I
up.
like that much. What's going on?
You seen these 90s?
What? Hold on. Let me switch back. Ah, shoot. Why do those look familiar? Oh, I'm thinking of something. Those look like the mushrooms.
These is premium suede women joints. These is premium suede women joints.
I have
with
not
the gold
seen them.
swoosh.
They kind of remind me of the Vachetta Tan 12s. But
Gum bottom on them.
I have a pair of, what was it, like a pair of wheat 90s for like the winter. Corby saying, let's go, talking about the alternate grapes. Did you get them? Corby, excuse me. Did you get the grapes? I got my pair, well, half mine right here. Man, they look so blue. And
we got fly knits too. Nike ID fly knits.
I didn't know they did fly knits in the Nike ID. I have two pairs of those. I have the
with the
standard white. I have the white and the red, and I have some kind of neon green. But man, like those fly knit Air Max 1s are so underrated. So underrated. I don't know why people passed on them. I mean, I guess for the same reason I didn't get more pairs, but I kept telling myself, like, to get another pair of those fly knits. I bought one pair of the 90s and two pairs of the ones.
Oh, don't forget Nipsey Hussle 90 Maxes. You know me, my motivated Maxes.
And if anybody wants to see me pull out anything from my lineup or whatever, you got some questions to see my collection, let me know. I'll pull out whatever you guys are trying to see, give you a quick little view of it. I remember
my only Air Max 1. And it's still DS.
You only have one Air Max 1, huh?
My only Air Max 1.
Man, that's kind of crazy to me. Like, I don't know, I just would have. I mean, it's only crazy because like so many people like the Air Max 1 that I always just assume that like a lot of people have a few pair. But man, that sucks though. The Corby, like he missed out on the Air Max Plus purple. You want me to pull those out? Is that what you're saying? Because I mean, I can go grab those real quick.
Hey, you can't be from KC. You can't be from the Midwest and don't have at least one Air Force One.
I'm going to have to disagree. Because I do not like Air Force One.
Lace swap. That's why you got to be from KC. You got to have one.
I mean, I'm from Iowa, though, so I got my share of the black and yellow. But we don't have a real shoe. All right, Corby, I got you. Give me 1 moment.
Black and yellow speed turfs. Y'all know MU. Black and yellow speed turfs, man. Y'all know it's MU gang over here. MU Tigers, Mizzou, straight out the zoo. You know how we do. Oh, but we got the diamonds too, though. We got the speeds and the diamonds. You feel me?
Okay.
We got the speed turfs and we got the diamond turfs. We got both of them joints. You know what I'm saying? 90 pairs, just like that. See, this ain't nothing to show because everybody already picked this up. So, but you know, 3M laces, lace swap gang.
See, what's crazy? What I don't like about these, right? So this is the purple pair. I'm about to pull this out for you. On the side, I don't know if you can really see that. It just says black and orange, which makes you think that it would be this pair. It's not. Get these pulled out for you.
All right, Shoes Up, I got a question. You like 12s?
Right there.
Steven, what's your opinion on this 12? What's your opinion?
There you go. This is the purple.
What's your opinion?
Oh, that was I'm not going to say it was a must-have because it was $250 and it made me second guess myself. But I definitely have those in the collection right over there in that room. But
that's what's up. Lace swap gang.
Yeah,
put the black and golds on there.
The purples are a very solid release to me. But The blue pair is good too, though. I don't know about you, Corby. I don't know what you think about the blue pair. Because I grabbed all three. Because like the blue pair, and the purple pair, like they're both good, right? I can't complain about either. But just this blue, something about it really just the way it pops out there like that. I just really like this one. But the purple,
Yeah, it's like an ocean. It's like an ocean blue.
yeah. But you can't. I mean, that's the thing. You can't go wrong with either of them. Oh shit! I got this message all in the way here. But let's see. If you're from the Midwest, you have to have Air Force Ones. See, there's another one saying that.
You feel me? Just real talk. You got to. You got to.
I had to sell those 12s. They were all right. So, okay, for the people out there, what are your favorite 12s then? Because some of you guys might know that the 12s is like my favorite Jordan.
OVO 12 white.
Okay. Let's see, for me, I mean, out of the shoes that I have and what's going on me and my kicks, I don't know if I remember putting your pen in your message. I hope I actually acknowledged you too. But for me, like the favorite 12 in my collection, most meaningful is easily the Masters because it was the first pair of 12s that I got. Overall favorite though, it could be the alternate gem red ones, like because the ones with the red and the white. It might be those. I'm trying to think of what else I have because it's hard. If you saw the 12 collection video I did,
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know all of your 12s. You got the Wolves, you got the alternates, you got the gem reds, you got the deep blues, you got the CNYs.
Yeah, got the what was that? The international flights. Got the Vachetta Pan.
You got the Masters.
The FIBAs. I forget about the FIBAs. The FIBAs are actually pretty decent once you look at them enough times. I wasn't sold up front though. The FIBAs did not get my attention at first, but I bought them anyway because that's how I am. And eventually, I started to like them.
Right, and you got the Masters.
Yep. See, this is what I'm talking about. There isn't really a bad 12. Now, I can say that I like some more than others, but no pair. And I'll say it now, like if you saw the review, I did not like the reverse taxis. I still don't think they're amazing, but having more in them, they're actually not as bad as I really thought originally. You just got to you got to take the name out of the equation and treat them as like just their own standalone. Just call it a black 12 and pretend that it has nothing to do with anything else. And then it's not so bad.
No, most 12s be on point. Most 12s be dope. The Wolf Gray 12 is hard. I love the Wolf Gray 12.
Yeah, and I have a couple grade school pairs. Like I have a pink and black grade school pair too.
Oh, don't forget about the DB 12. That was hard.
Oh, the one with the girl, like they had like a pizza on the thing.
Yeah, it had the camouflage on the bottom. Yeah, those is dope. I still want
those.
I
remember those. Because that was a pair that seemed to be fairly easy to get. But yeah, those Wolf Grade 12s was that was a pair that I didn't like. I liked it up front, but then they just sat around and I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess maybe no one else likes them. But the thing is, every time I have a picture of them up or I like wear them or whatever, they get compliments. People are always like, oh man, like those are cool. I missed out on those, and they were readily available.
Right. Look, when I wear the sweater 7s, somebody always say something like, oh, bro, I forgot about the sweater 7s. They went to outlet, though. Y'all let those go to outlet. And people still mention the sweater 7s. They going for like $300 now in my size.
See, and that's, what else? What else did people, there's two colors of 12. They're both suede. One was Bordeaux and one was gray. They came out like
the Bordeaux 12s. Yeah, the Bordeaux 12s was dope too.
Yeah, it was a color that like I can see how like pictures might make you not think so great of it, but once I saw it in person, I mean, I already was sold on it, but once I saw it in person, then I was like, okay, yeah, this is because I bought those and the gray ones the same day, because so I can make just one trip to the mall or something like that.
Right, right.
But yeah, like 12s easily get my attention. And then coming up, there's that purple and black pair,
The
kind of
court
like
purple.
the flu games, but with purple.
Yeah, it's the court purple 12s.
Yeah, so those I didn't know that was the name, but those I'm definitely looking forward to as well. But hopefully this month the was the Hyper Royal ones. You have the Hyper Royal ones. Alias has those Hyper Royal ones.
Yeah, I got those too. I got mine for $90. Those went to Outlet. I got mine for $90.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that the olive green, the PG 12s. Yeah. Or
Oh
what?
yeah, the CP3 12s. The CP3.
CP3, yeah.
Yeah, I
Those
forgot about those too.
those are nice. Yeah, I think I wore those like a month
Hold
or
on,
two
did they do
ago.
week 12? Did they do week 12s?
I have a pair of Vachettas, but I can't think of any wheats. If they did,
Hey,
it was not in the last 4 years.
those vachetas are highly slept on.
Yes,
That material is
that
immaculate. That
it is.
quality is immaculate on that shoe.
When I did the review of those, because I had shoes that I had bought and then they went into storage and I didn't look at them again until like this year. So I hadn't seen those Vachetta 12s except for like maybe 10 minutes the day that I got them. So when I pulled them out in May, maybe, like, no, it was earlier than that. It was like March. When I pulled those out and I was looking at those, like when it says premium quality, that was some serious premium quality. They were not messing around on those. Not at all. Man, yeah, so that was very much worth I mean, it's one of those things where like I didn't mind paying like the sticker price, but if I had known that nobody else wanted them and that I could have waited and bought them for like $100, 150 or whatever they went down to, yeah, I would have done that. But like I said, I mean, you know how it is. If you want something, you're not going to think about all that. And me and my kicks are saying that the
Exactly. I got those Hyper Royals.
TSNY 12s.
I got those Hyper Royals and nobody want them.
And yes, to homegrown kicks, those were a women's exclusive.
Okay.
They, I'll go grab those real quick. Since we're talking about them.
Yeah, let me see. What other 12s was hard? Of course, the Deep Royal 12s. Y'all know I'm gonna be biased to the Deep Royal 12s. So y'all already know how that go. You feel me? But like the Master 12s was cool, but I just wasn't ever really no big fan of Master 12s. Like they dope because you can run with anything. It's black on black 12s. You feel me? But it just didn't hit the hype button for me. It was just another black 12. It was cool, but it wasn't all that hype behind the Masters like everybody was tripping.
March 2018. I tell you, like it's hard to imagine how much time has passed in some cases. But yeah, so this is them, right? Get this lace out of the way there. And like I said, I have a review. I don't know how good of a job if I got all the close-ups in there or not, because it was an old shoe, so sometimes I don't give it as much detail. But like, look in there, you've got the leather kind of going all around on the inside. Just looking at it, I mean, this thing is crazy soft. Like this thing it's insane. And then the same material you have up here is the same stuff that's going on down here on like this mud guard. You got the little gold bits there and up here. Embossed on the back, you got the Jordan stuff going on. These nice kind of little ropey style laces here. These were a good pickup. If you missed out on these, I mean, I don't know what prices are like now, but it'd be worth considering.
I still need those.
Oh, and then the only other part that's like different colors on the bottom where that grid style is. So you got that. But yeah, these have not been out just yet. I remember having them out one day back when I lived in New Mexico because I was going to wear them, and for whatever reason, it just didn't happen. Let's see, that was my size and shedded 12. Yeah, I mean, I bet they did. I bet they did. I remember buying my pair, and you know how Nike would have your preset size or whatever in there. I bought the size bigger than I wanted to because it was a normal size that I would buy. But then I remember those are 12, so I needed to go down a little bit. And I didn't want to take the chance of them selling out, so I bought a new pair of the right size and then returned the other one. Like I said, I could have waited and avoided all that. I don't know what happened to Aylis. He just fell out of here. But maybe he'll be back in or something. Oh, okay. So what's going on in the chat? Let me see what the catch up on these messages. So homegrown kicks, yeah, the quality was amazing. They went on a crazy sale. Because I know same thing with those Hyper Royal ones that was brought up earlier. Sometimes people they know something is good, but they just don't care enough to really get it, or they've got other stuff distracting them. I've done that a million times. That's why it took me so long to complete the Air Max 1 Curry pack. I saw them. I liked them a lot because I got the first two pair, which was the green. The brown and the red. It took me forever to get that green pair. And I still need to get one pair of the greens so that I can have one at my mom's house because I've got all three here. I've only got 2 of the 3 at hers. And then let's see, NCO4. That was the most buttery leather on a one I've had since the shattered backboards. See, that's what I keep hearing. And those shedded 12s, very nice. And then now, do I have a favorite 11? Let's see. My favorite 11, from a significance standpoint, in some ways, it would be the 7210 because it was the first one that I got. But overall, taking all the nostalgia out of things and the personal feelings, it's going to be the Win Like 82s. No, it's not. It's going to be the low navy with the gum bottom. I keep forgetting that I have those. The navy gum bottom. Give me a second. I tell you, like, I am, for times like this, I'm glad that all this crap is organized in a way that makes sense. Otherwise, I'd never find anything. So these right here, I don't remember when these came out. I don't seem to have the receipt in the box. Normally I have the receipt in the box. But these came out in, was it 15? No, 16. These came out in 16. So I picked these up maybe from Nike. I honestly don't remember. But they came out at the same time as the cherry pair, which was, all white with like the red down here. No gum bottom, of course. And so once I got these in hand, I was like, okay, now this is a nice looking shoe. I get that not everybody likes 11s. Likes 11 lows, I should say. But when I look at these, it's kind of one of those things that reminds me, like, yes, like just because something is a low doesn't mean it can be good, right? Now, if you have your different stance, that's cool. Do you? I'm not going to tell you to change it because, why would I? But these right here, I kind of feel like this is one of those ones where, like, if people were not on board with 11 lows and they saw this, they would still consider getting them. Personally, I feel like they're that good. I could be wrong, Maybe nobody else likes these, but for me, they were in my top 10 pickups for 2016. You can verify that for yourself if you look up my Snups account. All right, So now let's see, where were we? Do I have a favorite 11? Win like okay, he likes to win like 82s as well. What do you think about those ISPA Road Warrior Revolts? I am not even sure what that is. I am. I guess it would help if I spelled it right. Oh, what? That is not for me. I can say that wholeheartedly right now. I do not like what's going on with that soul. Sometimes things just look too gimmicky to me, and that makes me not care for them. And then, man, they're crisp clean 2016. Yeah, 2016 for these. The Navy Low 11 gum bottoms. Let's see. And he says 11 lows are my favorite besides the 12s. What do you guys think of 12 lows? Because I have a pair, and I do not like it. Like, I want to because it's a 12, but it just doesn't look right low. So it's like the 12 model just, it needs to be what it is, right? It really just does. But that's just my personal opinion. And again, like 12s are one of my favorite things in the world, but a low just looks weird. Let's see. So I like those, man. They're fire. I felt the same way about the cherry lows, Matt. Yeah, those restocked a couple times, and which was good because those were restocks where people could actually get them. But it was like one of those selective size things. But it was still, if you saw like that half of a full size run they did on the restocks, you could probably get by. Like for me, it's like, okay, if they don't have the 9.5, like I can wear a 9, no problem. I'll get the 9. Let's see, foam posits. Can I see your favorite pair of foam posits? Where do you happen to be from, Corby? Because I noticed I only asked because the way you spelled favorite. Are you one of the England guys? Because I get a lot of England guys in my channel. I'll have to think about my favorite pair of foam posits first before I get one. But what would it be? What would it be? Because that's a question where I go back and forth on a, like, you could ask me the same question again tomorrow and I might have a different answer. Some days it's the eggplants. Some days it's the peanut butter and jellies. What would it be? I mean, because the Royals are pretty high up there too, but maybe the eggplants. I think it might be those today. But I'll pull those out in a second. Let's see. Wish I got the Easter 11 lows a few years back. Those I do not remember. Well, where was this? I'll pin that and I'll come back to it in a second. You said low 11s for Easter? I don't remember. Oh, those emerald ones. I might have those, or is it the snake skin ones? I don't know. I have a pair of 11s, and I saw this in my mom's house when I was last down there, which was last year. Because when I was living in Korea, I would win raffles, and I'd have her go pick them up for me. Because it was, you just change the name, and she goes picks them up. But sometimes I would tell her to like look at stuff and like see what she thinks of it. And I remember winning a raffle on, it was either those emeralds or those snake skins. And she said, yeah, she didn't really care for how they looked in person. And I wasn't really sold on the pictures. So I was like, all right, whatever. And I guess she bought them anyway, apparently, because I saw them in my space in the closet down there, which is weird. But yeah, so I might have those. And let's see, that's fair to say. 13 lows are nice. I don't even know that I've ever seen a 13 low. Let's see. 13. Okay. I probably have then. Because they look close to a normal 13. Some things don't though. And then let's see. Favorite Presto in the oh boy, that's a tough one. Paranormal. All right, Alias, if your phone, where's that thing? Does that have that pasted or copied? Yeah. If you're good, like you can jump back in. Anybody can, really. Let's see. I'm gonna have a fair amount of stuff to clean up a little later. Unlucky Alias. Yeah, you know, it happens. It happens to the best of us. So, you know, given the way these look, it makes it seem like I've never worn these. Okay, like no, I just cleaned them. It must be, I don't know if it's the lighting or what, but I can see a little bit of dirt now. But at first glance, they look very clean. Anyways, this right here, the eggplants. Let's back up just a little bit. Somebody there. Okay, cool. Yeah, the eggplant here, one of my personal favorites. Again, I can't always say it every day because those peanut butter and jellies look really good too.
I don't know what it's gonna sound like, but I'm here.
All right, hey man, that's all that matters. But favorite Presto in the collection. Wrong one. Favorite Presto, huh? I don't know. Did you see my Presto collection video? Like, which one stands out to you? Maybe the Brazil? No, I like the Brazils, but I think I just like them because they're a little flashy. But my favorite would probably be the Safari pack. Maybe the Hornets colored ones from the Safari pack. That's what I'm going with. I'm going with the Safari. I'm going with the Safari ones. The Safari turquoise, whatever, Presto Quick Strike from 2017. Sounds right. Yeah, see, the thing is, right? I have a lot of shoes. Well, I have a decent amount. And so I try to do what I can to keep the rotation moving, right? So wearing everything, it happens slowly. So unless it's a specific, like unless it's like a running shoe, it's probably not coming out regularly though. So like if you look at like the thing that I wore on Instagram or on where I put those on YouTube sometimes, like a community area, whatever comes out usually doesn't come out for like another month at least, probably 2 really. Because when I look at like the last while, like March, right? That was all Air Maxes because Air Max month. And then April was, what was April? I don't think I stuck with anything. But then May was all new shoes, all things that I hadn't worn. June was all Adidas, you know, to include Yeezys, of course. So I do stuff like that just to kind of make sure that I'm giving everything some attention. And this month is just back to just doing whatever I want just to get everything in there. Let's see. And it looked dead stock on the camera. That looks so clean. Glad you use zebra ones. What zebra ones? I'm not sure what you mean there. And then I think it was the Brazils that caught my attention in the beginning of that video that made me ask. Yeah, because what did I do? Because I remember I started with some basic ones, like just some essentials, like pretty sure I opened with like the blue and grays, and then there's a couple others of that similar style, and then got into like the quick strikes and the GPXs and all that, and then eventually like the other stuff, like the React Prestos and the Fly Knits, stuff like that. Yeah, the Brazil pack was probably earlier in the year. Oh, okay. Well, that could be, yeah. Because they do, if you don't know, like they would very much seem like it's a zebra shoe. Let's see. And hey, bro, I don't think you saw, but I'm from Australia. I mean, I saw that, like, because I remember talking to you about that with the whole Foot Locker situation. But that's I almost went. Well, I wanted to visit Australia, never quite made it though. The safari ones with the stripes. Prestos? That's You're talking about safari Prestos with stripes? I don't have any safari Prestos with stripes. That me.
He ain't talking about the Atmos story.
Say that again.
He ain't talking about the Safari Atmos.
I mean, it's not that I have. Hey, he's got the. I just noticed his picture is like the same box that I had pulled out. That's pretty nice picture. But safari with the stripes. Yeah, because all my. I mean, I have a tiger pair that has stripes, but it's not like a safari thing. I mean, is that what you're talking about? Like the tiger ones? I tell you, trying to think of all this stuff, it's like if it was like there's like those sneaker battles and stuff where you got to think about what shoes you have to answer questions. Like, man, I tell you, I'm not sure. Not sure how well I would do with that.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, the only black and white Presto I have is the Korea ones. So that looks like Homegrown Kicks was correct. Yeah, those aren't safari. Those are just the color is to go with a Korean baseball team. I think it's a baseball team. And also like a football team because they use the same colors apparently, or either that or they have the same mascot. But either way, yeah, it's what's going on over in Korea apparently. Soccer, yeah. See, like I saw somewhere say football, and I know some people because of like the whole soccer thing and football. With them, I wasn't quite sure because like Korea is not really like an American football kind of place. They're all about some soccer though. So that's where like when I read these things, sometimes it kind of confuses me. But it is what it is. Like you guys know what I'm talking about. See, you're kind of clearing it up here in the comments. Did I see those? No, I saw the Korea. What were those? Air Max somethings. I think there was like an Air Max one or something. But I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. Was it a 95? Yes, there was a 95, an Air Max 95 from that same Korea pack. Let me double check though. Make sure I'm telling you guys the right things. Yeah, because it looked. I mean, I wasn't a huge fan of it personally, but I'm also not a fan of 95s in general. So you can take that for what it's worth. Let's see. Take that.
Yeah, 90s is my favorite. Probably 97s after that.
But that's what I was saying. Like, so I don't know if anybody else has seen those. And what I pasted in the chat is just like the Air Max 95 from that Korea pack because there was 2 or 3 shoes that came in it. So, but yeah, I don't know, man. And then wasn't there something else? No, the Olympic Ultra Boosts. Those never quite made it to the States from what I saw. They came out in Korea because that's where the Olympics were in 1988. But I don't think they ever got the stateside release that they were supposed to. I do like 3M, but I don't. I got a pair of, speaking of Korea, they have a game show over there, Show Me the Money. I have a pair of those shoes for that show anyway. But it's like an all 3M upper. It's an Ultra Boost 1 with just like all 3M. It's pretty cool. So it's like is the 3M of the 95? I'm guessing that's kind of like the 97 then, because those have strips that are 3M as well. It's the same pack as the Prestos and the 95s. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw those Air Force Ones, because if I remember right, it was like a white shoe, and then the stripe was the thing that had, the swoosh had stripes, right? Let's see. And let's see, go ahead. Hold on a second, I need to get some stuff going on this other screen here. Should be that. It's probably gonna slow some stuff down, but it'll be all right. It's all wired in. Okay, let's see, I'm gonna have to look. Wait, Homegrown, what are you saying you're gonna have to look up? And also, let's see, shoot, where is it? Go find this link here real quick, because don't forget, like, for people that are out there, Homegrown Kicks also has a YouTube channel. Go ahead and find him, check out his stuff, you know what I'm saying? And as does your boy Alias. Alias's stuff is in the comment, or is in the description. I think that South Korea Air Force One might still be in stock on sneakers. But just pasting in the chat, that's the link to Homegrown Kicks YouTube channel. So you can go on over there, check him out. Hey, Alias, what'd you think about those Air Force One Korea? In his own laurel over there. Alias. He is checked out. I don't know what's going on with him. Let's see. I just know that literally no one knows about them. They sold out on Nike. I need Nike and Jordan brands. Slow down on each one. Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Where is that so I can? Okay, so I honestly don't know what's going on with this, right? Like, they put out stuff like so often. They can't even keep their dates together. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea what's going on with these people. And it's cool that they're putting stuff out there, but it's not even like all that's selling out, but like they make big deals out of every release. So if they were going to go ahead and just do each one as like just a general release and just send it straight to the store, all right, cool. Just start flooding the Foot Locker shelves. Let them just kind of cycle things in and out. Let them show up in outlets, whatever. I mean, yeah, he might be. I don't know. But yeah, it's crazy because even now, like, there's always stuff popping up on sneakers. Let me see. Let's see what they have on here now for upcoming. So like tomorrow they got the ISPA overreact fly nets, right? They got these Jordan 1s, some Air Zoom types. The Delta Breathe. All right, let's see. You guys see these? Like, what do you guys think of these, like, IE11s? What do you guys think about those? Like, just not this pair specifically, but that model overall, like the 11 IE. Yeah, well, I think he had earphones or something, but hey, what's going on, man? This guy right here. If you ever have some questions about how to you need tips on like customizing something, or you build something on it, you need to clean something up, this is your man. Like, he will set you straight, period.
Getting off glue.
Oh, yeah, we see you over there, like deep and focused. He said like Skechers Jordans. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I just don't like them. Like that, the way they did the bottom part where it would normally be the patent leather. I just can't get behind that. I mean, I do kind of like. I like that they have like on this the elephant print going on. That's kind of a cool touch. But everything else makes me not care about it. And P-Town likes him. Also, P-Town, he's another YouTube guy. So, he's got a channel. He can paste the link in there, so you guys can go check him out. I'm a little behind on pretty much everybody because, let's see, every now and then, just to be completely honest, I just don't watch any shoe videos for a little while because, normally I probably watch more than your average person because I have a lot of friends doing this, so I try to keep up with everybody. But every so often, a day will come around and I'll say, you know what? Not doing it. And then I'll watch a bunch of tech podcasts. Today I watched Twisted. Well, Jamie Madrox and Blaze Your Dead Homie. They talked about comics and stuff for a while. Watched that for a bit. Watched some things about editing. Because sometimes I just like to watch other stuff so that I don't, before I get burned out. The thing is, you don't want to get too close. You don't want to feel like you have to take the break. You take the break before you need to take the break. You got to know yourself, though. It's a whole thing. But we'll cover that on Sunday. Gonna do another live. Jeezy's gonna be there. Hey, Wise Soul is here. What's going on? What's the Wise Soul? Actually, I think I missed another chat because I got off on some tangent. To be honest, about 2 years ago, I was one click away from buying an all black pair. I think all black. Then the Wise Soul came around. Another good guy. Also a YouTuber. So be sure to check him out. And then Jeezy, he's on the fence, and he needs. Wait, I'm on the fence and need the OG black and red 11 IE. And Jeezy, he's another guy, of course, another YouTube guy. He's always breaking down the history of things. The grave ain't no place to be. Man, so the Wise Soul, I know he got the 5s. Jeezy, did you? I don't remember hearing you talk about them, but again, I've kind of been on a little bit of a break for today and a large portion of yesterday. Wait, then let me switch over to YouTube. Let's see if there's anything in the chat. Kind of moves and then it slows down.
Man, I'm having a OCD piece of glue.
What's that?
I'm having OCD.
I see that. I see you are focused on that. But What was the thing? So why so? What'd you think of the fives?
Falls is dope.
Oh, it's not sold. See, okay, so
They
Jeezy is
should have
saying.
took their time on them.
See, Jeezy is kind of saying what I was thinking before. Soul Salvation, what is going on, man?
What's up?
Man, just it's been a while. Been a while. I know you kind of. He
Had to
does the
take
right.
that break.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, cause I remember you played that video a while ago, and you're like, I could be spending time with my kids instead of looking at a phone that's gonna just be showing me the same stuff over and over.
What up?
Yep.
And that
That's what this whole year is dedicated to is just spending time with the kids, and COVID actually helped that a lot.
yeah, I can see that. Cause like my mom, I was talking to her, and she's like, yeah, like me and Abe, like my dad, she's like, we've been eating dinner together and stuff. And normally it's like, you know, they're doing their own thing. It just happens, you know. Might go out.
I took a big L on them grapes today. I took a big L.
Yeah, it's well. So I'm guessing you obviously didn't get through on any of the raffles either, or did you put in on the raffle?
I put in and I didn't get anything, but I did get that Yeezy drop yesterday, so I caught my first pair of 700s for personal pair.
The black, what's it? The black 7. I can't remember the name. I can remember the 700 on there. So what did you get?
I've never had a pair, so we'll see.
I hear they're super comfortable, but I've never worn one. I have the wave runners, I just haven't worn them yet. But where'd you get them? Like through Yeezy Supply or Adidas?
Adidas, I got a notification on my phone. It's like, you've been chosen, and I had to pick from 2 or 3 different colorways, and I grabbed the one that I thought would go with about any fit. So,
see, Adidas is pretty good on that. Like when they did the restock on the Wave Runner 700 a couple months ago, they sent out a notification. It's like, hey, you've got 30 minutes to buy these 700. They had a whole stack of them, but they only let so many people in. You know what I mean? And it was only 30 minutes. And so time went by, and then some people probably didn't see it because maybe they were at work or whatever the case. And then they did another one later that day. It's like, and I think they did one more with like the Zebra 350s. So they were just kind of like nickel and diming their way through some old inventory instead of just throwing it all up there and saying, all right, come crash the site.
Yeah, when they did that, I got the Cinders, and then I got the Zebras again for my wife. So,
okay,
I don't know. I feel like they give back more than sneakers.
Oh,
I jokingly said, for people that understand my sense of humor and know that I mean nothing by it, I was like, sneakers doesn't appreciate my white privilege because I keep taking L's from them. I keep taking L's. They didn't get that memo.
And it's so true though, because like Adidas says, like, hey, if you're in our creators club, you spend money, you get points, and if you have points, you get things. And then like I'll get stuff from them, and it's to the point that like I don't get everything, but I get enough stuff to know that this truly does matter to them. So like when I do put in on a raffle and I don't get it, it's like, all right, you know what? I won the last 3 straight. So you know what I mean? I can't complain. I just move on, and it's like, all right, let me try somewhere else. But as you know,
did you see the tweet from Marcus Jordan about the new trophy rooms?
No, I haven't seen any shoe news today.
He swears that he said, and I quote, "The streets is going to eat this time." So he understands, I think, the back door and all the problems that go down with those exclusive ones. So he says that's not going to happen, but I don't know how much control he really has over the back door, and you can't watch everybody all the time, and money talks. So
yeah. I mean, unless they find a different way to distribute the pairs themselves, there's nothing you can really do. You know what I mean?
I don't even get my feelings hurt because I know from the jump, like those Dior's. I'll enter the raffle, but I know it ain't gonna happen. 5 million people go for.
Yeah, stuff like that. I mean, I can't win a raffle on a pair of like Dunks. So
I never knew until at Christmas. I sold a lot of my collection, and we paid off Christmas and stuff. And then, so I'm rebuilding now, and I'm trying to do more than J's. That's why I've got, some Dunks in there and Air Force Ones. And I never realized how much harder it is to get Dunks than it is J's a lot of times.
yeah, those things, I don't know what it is, like, because other people were saying that the hype for them, everybody going after them, just started like recently, and maybe that's what it is. But like whatever it is going crazy because I mean I get it when it's just like a what's that ice cream pair?
Ben and Jerry's, the chunky dunk or whatever. Yeah.
Right. I get that that's going to bring in a lot of people just because it's like you look at it and you're thinking, okay, cool. I can jump on, I can get these, and that'll be cool to have. It'll be cool to wear, even if you just want to be a collector and just like know that you have it. Whatever. It appeals to a lot of people on a lot of different levels. But then when you see just a standard like, oh, well, this is just orange and blue. It's like, all right, it matches up with a few team colors, but there's nothing overall amazing about the shoes. There's no story to it, but it still flies off the shelves before anybody can get their hands on it.
I'm with Jeezy Kicks there. I think Marcus is on the back door, and it's too much money to be made not to. I don't know.
Yeah. And then what's this? They limit the Dunks to less than J's on certain. Man, the way those Dunks are going, it's like they made 10 pair.
Yeah, even like you said, the Syracuse. Ain't that many Syracuse fans out there. Ain't that many people loving them colors. They just they fiend for them.
Yeah, I mean if you came out and you put out like a black and yellow, black and red, red and white, there's certain colors that like anybody can get behind, right? Period. Just certain things that will always sell if it's a decent shoe or the quality is where it needs to be. But those, they're just selling out like crazy left and right for everything. And like you said, like they're not all that crazy to be going after. It's like, because I mean, it's not like they're putting them out there and saying, "Hey, Tony Hawk wore these." It's like, no, it's I don't know many skaters. You know what I mean? Kareem Campbell, I guess. Who else?
Have any of you had any issues with getting notifications from sneakers?
Yes, I have.
Because it ain't working for me, and I'll be like, "Oh snap!" and I'll look at my clock, and it's like 9:02, and it's game over by then. It's over.
Man,
but like, I've not been getting them.
It'll be game over if you click on something and they ask you to put those 3 digits in for your debit card or credit card or whatever. Because like that amount of time is all it takes to miss out on something. Yep. But I've had to uninstall and reinstall it before. I've had times where like I'll look at it and it just won't update, because it was a while ago, but I looked at it and like the most recent upcoming shoe was like 2 weeks ago or something. I'm like, wait, has this thing not updated?
Yep. I keep ending up in pending zone, and of course, if you don't get that, got them in a few minutes, and you didn't get them. But the last few things, even the grape ones today, I tried, and I got pending forever, and then I finally didn't get them.
Yeah, it's crazy how that works, because it's like some people will say that they kind of think they get it figured out because everybody tries one thing, and you try what works for you. If you try on your computer with Chrome and you get in, you're going to try next time with Chrome, and you're going to tell people, hey, Chrome works for me. And then your friend is going to come along like, I have an Android, I have a Note 10, and I get on every time. It's like, okay. And then you have another guy who says, I have a Note 10, I never win anything. I have to use Firefox. So it's all over the place.
The odd thing is that my wife's account will hit 2 out of 3 times, and mine won't. And I've spent way more money. If you know, obviously she's copping for me, but still, when she tries something, she'll usually get it more than she won't. And I'm the other way. Oh, I'm with Jeezy too. When they like the what they do last year, the SB dunks from the skate shops, was it the Black Hornet or something like that? Those were super bad.
Yeah, I remember because like that was before I knew. Well, I guess it was around maybe that was around the time when the hype was growing for those, but I didn't realize just how much people wanted those. 'Cause I was thinking, oh, well, this is just like a skate shoe. Nobody's really going to be going after it, right? But I liked them. I thought they looked cool, and they flew off shelves. They did. I want to say that later the resale on the standard one, because you know how one of them had like all the extra packaging.
Yeah.
I want to say that the standard one was at or under retail if you were patient enough for a while on Flathead. But
Yeah,
you know how
there was another one that they did that had special packaging. It was the pink SB dunks. I can't remember what they were called. And they did one kind of like a GR, and then one with special packaging. And obviously, the one with the special packaging is sky high prices.
yeah, that's the thing. It's like it's tough because sometimes like you kind of want all that other stuff, but paying all that other money, that's not the. Because like at the
I don't
end,
care about the box.
right? It's nice to get it if you have a legitimate chance, right? If you know that your local skate shop is going to have 45 pairs or something, and you're like, okay, they're going to have a pretty decent split on like sizes from 9 to 14. So if I show up early enough, I might be okay, you know?
Yeah.
But the way these things are going, that's not how that is. You just gotta hope that it works out. And then I'm not sure. He's saying something sold out. Everything's selling out in less than 60 seconds. You could apply that to so many things.
But every pair of SB dunks that they've dropped and their lows, they're gone, just flat gone.
Oh yeah, they take no time whatsoever, and it's again, it kind of sucks for the people that are out there trying to get up these things. But like we were saying, that's where like you look at somebody like Adidas, and when they have a big release coming around, they put their raffle out there, and hopefully you bought some stuff from them regularly enough over the last few months that you can kind of get a decent chance in there. I'm still not quite sure how this flex thing is working out on the inside of it or whatever, because there were times like when it first started, and I spent like not much more money over the last however long, and I wasn't winning anything. But I got through recently on some stuff. Let's see, and if you have to have at points, have to pay extra. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I mean, the way I see it, it's like it is and it isn't. Because like, if somebody tells me, "Hey, the more you shop with me, the more likely you are to win raffles," it's like, okay, that kind of makes sense in some ways. But it hurts the people who like maybe you just now got a job for the first time. You're 15 or 16 or whatever, and you've been following shoes for a while, but now you've been working for a few months and you're ready to start buying this stuff. But you basically have to go in there and buy a bunch of, and nothing against them because I'm a huge fan of, but you got to go buy like a bunch of Air Maxes or something. Go buy a bunch of Cortezes and some Air Force Ones or whatever, some slides, just so you can get your money up there so that you can have the points, And
then you use your points for a head start and still take an L. So
right, because
I don't like the new flex.
Because I did the math, because on where are those fives? Oh, they're over there. on the fives is like the first time I've used the Head Start points. From what I think I used them once on something else, but this was the first time that I used it recently to really see if something would work. And I did the math, and you're basically spending $15 per store, right?
Yeah.
And so depending on where you live, like for me, given that I have all three around here, that means I'm spending $45 basically to get Head Starts. And sure, like if I get the shoes, then cool. I'll spend more than $45 and I'll get more than 45 points back, or more than the points back. But it still sucks because it's like I feel like I'm paying directly to get the Head Starts, you know?
You are.
And I
At
don't,
the end of the day,
yeah. And I don't think because what other good are the points?
none.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like I look on there and I didn't see any other reason to have points other than to enter their raffles for things that I don't want.
The times that I think I'll be like, man, this is all rigged, it's some bull. And then I see people like Mike Rich, who I know has spent a ton of money with Nike, and he's taking L's too. That sets me back, and I'm like, I don't get the algorithm, but it's not fair for somebody who is like me, almost 40, make a good living, you know, can cop a shoe. If I'm copping more than the 16-year-old, like you just said, and it really does go by how much money I'm spending, then it's not fair for the young person because money talks, money buys it all out. It's not a fair process.
It is not. And that's, like you said, if he's going in there spending money all the time, I mean, it worked out fine when I don't even know if they had a name for it, but the original raffles right before that, right? Those were perfectly fine because I could tell that spending a lot of money in those stores was a huge factor in why I was winning.
Yep.
I mean, it is what it is, right? It would suck that every year on whatever your date was, those points would reset. But that kind of puts other people on equal ground. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because if you're that new kid coming out of work saying, "All right, now I'm ready to start buying stuff," maybe around the time you start spending money happens to be when my clock resets. So now we're basically on the same level, even though I've been shopping with this foot action for 2 years straight. And let's see how fast your bank routing happens. I'm not sure what you mean by. I mean,
on processing, that actually is a problem. Like, okay, here in Tennessee, redneck nowhere Tennessee, I got the advantage because there's not a lot of sneakerheads. The disadvantage is I'm an hour from Nashville and an hour from Knoxville, and those are the only two places I can cop. Beyond that, my small bank and their servers have a long processing time. So even if I hit PayPal and I pay you, or I send you money on Cash App, it's going to sit there and spin for a few seconds before it goes through. And I think that's what he's alluding to, is that in the meantime, pairs are selling out and you're just stuck. That plays a role in it.
One thing that you could consider in that case is if you get I don't know where mine is, but PayPal, you can get a free debit card from them, which works like a normal debit card, but it only pulls from money if you have money in your PayPal account already. So you could try getting that, because like you know how like with PayPal, if you pay for something, it'll eventually get pulled out of your bank. If the money isn't already in your PayPal account, that will not go through. And those
I actually have a Chime card that's kind of like that. It's not backed by PayPal, but you know, I can only, like, I have to put money on it. And if I want to spend $1.12 and I only have $1.10, it ain't gonna work. And I got that specifically when I was hot and heavy into doing the customs and stuff. I wanted to spend that money on the shoes that I wanted and not take money away from the family. And so that's kind of what I do, but I need to do that more.
Yeah, Yeah, that's the craziest thing, you know. But there's what it comes down to is like you have to think too much about this stuff in the wrong way. You know, it's
Yep.
not like you're trying to decide like, okay, do I want to drive to Foot Locker and or do I want to go over here and try on the website? Like, it's you're looking at it like, how can I possibly make sure my money gets spent quickly so that they take it?
Yep.
And that's insane, It's like
Yep.
you shouldn't have to like work to give somebody your money. I mean, I've seen people like talk all the time and say, okay, well, for some reason my charge couldn't go through. Like this is
Yep.
just got paid. My billing address hasn't changed. The card hasn't changed. I bought something 2 weeks ago from the same site. What's the problem? Now, I've been screwed before just because of on the Yeezy Supply site when my card was denied because it picked it up as fraud. I don't know what's going on with the Yeezy Supply site, but they were like, "Hey, and I didn't see the email, right? I was just like trying again. I was like, because when I first put it in, I put it in like billing address as what it is, but ship it to here. And sometimes some sites just won't let you do that. So I go back. Well, let me try just using the same billing and shipping.
So Walmart obviously is where we get everything here, groceries and stuff. And since we're both nurses, we can get our pick of pickup times. The problem is, and this is where I'm relating back to what you said, the actual paying processor for Walmart when I do my pickup is in New York. So when my bank sees a charge going through to Walmart in New York, they automatically flag it as fraud and my card gets declined. Even though I'm actually picking it up in Cookeville, Tennessee, it's actually processed in New York. And they don't give you a phone call. They don't do anything. And there's been more than one time where, I don't know, I've bought sneakers off Goat or something, and then I go to use my card and it gets declined. And I'm like, I just got paid. And I call them up and they're like, yeah, did you make a payment of 262 at StockX? Yeah, I did. And I've done that 1,000 times before. So when is your machine going to be able to keep up with it? And it's not fraud. But I called them today because we're going to Puerto Rico Friday. And I'm like, look, I want to make sure that you let my stuff go through because I ain't trying to be down there and not have access to my money.
Yeah.
And so they swore and they told me, the more transactions you use and actually use your PIN number, it brings the fraud score down more. Well, how many times do you put in your PIN number when you buy something online? I won't do it if it asks me to. So
yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, because
I need to not have such a rural bank.
I see that at like gas pumps. Yep. I mean, and
well, they'll get you too. If you try to use your PayPal card and like you had $50 on it, some gas stations will put $100 hold on a card until the payment goes through. And so if you have a low balance, it could cause you to overdraft if it didn't get declined. And it varies here. One of these gas stations doesn't have one. The other one is $25. Why do you do that? It either goes or it doesn't go. I don't get it.
Yeah, and it all comes back to like, again, having to think too much about, like, I like having the security sometimes, like when I was like buying a plane ticket and I was buying it I was buying it from another country. So it's like, okay, I can see why this looks suspicious. And it's like, it almost makes you a little glad that like they sent me an email and it was like, hey, this charge is being held on your card. If you click OK, we can let it go through.
I'd be fine with that. I don't get that.
Yeah, exactly. Those things are fine. And the day when I tried to buy from Yeezy Supply and I get on there and I got the email later. Well, I got it right immediately, but I wasn't looking at my email at that time. I was just busy thinking I've only got like 5 minutes or whatever the checkout window is to get in here and do this because they throttle people in. So had I known, I could have gone in, clicked it, and I'd have a pair of sulfur 350s, I think it was, whatever it was, something.
Well, I mean, they just completely freeze our card when that happens. So if the wife's just worked 12 hours in the ICU and needs to stop and get gas on the way home, she can't. And they don't call us, they don't email us. It's just, fraud alert, can't use it. But what my thing is, if you look back and see, okay, a month ago, sneaker or StockX, 2 months ago, StockX. This is a common charge that comes through on this account. When are you going to figure that out and stop flagging it?
Like, why can't it just, why can't you like whitelist it basically?
Yeah. And it's like, we bought the camper to spend more time with the kids. And so we've been to Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, all in one day. So I'll buy gas here, buy a Coke here, and then they want to flag it as fraud. I kind of get that. 3 different states in the same 12-hour period is a little iffy, but at least call somebody or send me an email, because they email me about everything else. Let me know when you're going to freeze my money.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, because when my bank, they'll suggest that if I'm going on an actual trip to like somewhere completely different, but like doing like a road trip or something like that, I've never had a problem.
Man, I got caught out in Mexico once and my card wouldn't work, period. And I had called them and told them. So finally they're like, if you find an ATM and put in your actual PIN number, draw out as much money as you're going to think you want, because you're not going to be able to swipe that card. And so from then on, before I go, especially out of the country, I'll call them and say, look, this is where I'm going. This is the dates that I'm going and going to come back. Flag it, whatever you got to do to make sure if I need money in a snap that I can get it. I'm going to take, cash, and I'm going to take my little, basically like a Bluebird card or Chime card or like your PayPal card. So if I lose that card, then I've only lost what's on it. Plus I can get on the app and turn that card off. But if somebody gets sick, I need some money, I need to know that I can get it. Speaking of, back to school time, my kid goes to the finish line and finds a pair of LeBrons that he wants.
Right.
$175 in the store. $50 on StockX.
Like I'll see, even outside of like StockX, I'll see prices vary significantly from this brick and mortar Foot Locker to digital Foot Locker. Like,
I'm glad my wife was there. She was like, you should go talk to your dad, because I bet he can probably find that shoe for a little bit less. But yeah, it's crazy. And it hurts my soul to see all these people go in them stores and they have no idea that if they just branch out, they could probably save some money and get what they want.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because I've looked at stuff on there and done the same thing. But let me see what people are. Daddy Sports, Denise Melty. Because what Jeezy was saying about his router, because generally, like, it's not the router, it's the IP that's assigned to the router. Sometimes there's an option to go in there and see what your IP is, and there's always an option to see what your IP is. But I think that IPs can, not necessarily expire, but the lease is like a normal land lease, goes up, and you might get a new one eventually. But if you feel like you've been banned, you can just call up and say, hey, can you check into changing this IP, because 68.72.34.50 is blocked. And then okay, well, we can give you 50.51, and then maybe you'll be good, unless it's a blanket thing, in which case they ban like a whole, essentially like a subnet, which is really like a huge area. So hopefully getting that changed, because I know there are certain sites that will block a lot of stuff, or it could be somebody in the area that just ruined it for everybody, trying to run a bot with no proxy and just got everybody a sad day. And
yeah, Homegrown's right though. With StockX, I probably shouldn't complain, because
Daniel,
they've been hacked before.
And he's getting paid with cash. Like, paying with cash is like, I mean, it's inconvenient because then you end up with a lot of change in some cases, and or maybe you just don't want to carry a lot of cash on you.
Well, here, they're everywhere has got signs up saying due to a nationwide shortage of cash, they want you to either have exact change or to use a different method of payment.
And then I look at, yeah, and that's the other thing. Like having exact change is like, I mean, I'm sure people do in some places, but I don't. You know, because then you gotta carry too much on you.
Definitely, like going to Mexico, I don't have any problems walking around, but I don't want to pull out a wad to buy my cold drink or buy, something to eat for the family because that puts a target on my back. I don't like to have cash. I rarely ever. I might stash a 20 in my billfold just in case, but I usually don't have a lot of cash.
And yeah, that's the other thing, because depending on where you are, people might see that, and again, the whole target situation. Whereas if you have a card, I mean, sure, somebody can steal the card, but it can be useless in a lot of ways depending on how things are set up.
That's why I like that Chime card that I've got because I can jump on the app and turn it off. It gives me the ability to buy things from overseas or not, and I can turn it off and then can immediately take that money off the Chime card if I lose it and put it back in the bank if I need to.
Ah, gotcha.
P-Town says his sister lives in Tennessee. I've lived all over, but this is home, man. I wouldn't trade my mountains for the oceans. And with Ricardo Guzman, I look more like I'm about to behead somebody than I'm about to be beheaded, don't
I? Yeah, I meant to say something about that, but we got so deep into the other stuff. But yeah, that I think my
Taliban beard
might be taking a trip to, was it Gatlinburg?
Yeah, that's the hot spot.
Because like I guess my parents and some their old co-workers from up here, the families still take family vacations from time to time. They go out on cruises and they do whatever. And they're like, hey, Tristan, you got to come to one of these. Like, we're going here from this date to this date. And everything's paid for because it's like they have a timeshare, so they can just go there whenever it's their turn or whatever. So,
Gatlinburg's nice.
Which would be the first time I really go to Tennessee.
Gatlinburg is probably the only reason that you would come here.
Let's see. Because Homegrown Kicks, I want to say he's in the southeast, I believe. So maybe he's not. Are you close to there? Somewhat like driving distance close to Gatlinburg? Homegrown?
I'm 150 miles from there.
Oh, so yeah, that's basically nothing to you.
No, that's why we get tired of it. But it's great that we can just up and say, hey, let's get a babysitter and go to the mountains for a couple nights. And you feel like you're on a whole new planet when you get up there.
Yeah, that's one thing that is kind of nice about certain parts of the world, certain parts of the country, whatever. You don't necessarily have to go too far to have some other stuff going on, basically.
The only thing about Gatlinburg that I don't like is it's full of tourists, but that's the whole point. So, and if you mess around and get up there when they're having Rod Run, like their big car show, they have it twice a year, man, you can't even move in that town. If you look at it, it's just pretty cool.
Where did I go? I went to Sturgis one year because we were on a road trip, but we happened to pass through at the same time as the motorcycle rally. So I mean, it was cool going up there, seeing all that stuff. We snuck in the Full Throttle Saloon because we went out to the gate and like someone was like, "Yeah, it's $5 to get in," and the people I was with, they didn't have a lot of money, so like, "Oh no, we're good." And so we were walking away, and then see one guy from our group just kind of trail off and there's some fence, and he just kind of walked in, and so then I was like, "Oh, guess we're doing this." So then we all walked in.
If y'all ever get to Gatlinburg or Pigeon Forge and you love hot wings, there's a place called The Bluff, and it's not touristy at all. It's a bar, really, but they got the best freaking wings I've ever ate in any country, period. I love this place called The Bluffs, and I'm a fat kid, so you can take my word for it.
So The Bluff?
Yep, and it's just a little bar, but I was getting a tattoo in Gatlinburg once. Don't ever do that. And I asked the dude where he got his hot wings, and he told me The Bluffs. And I went up there, and I make a trip. If I'm within an hour, I'm gonna swing by and get some wings.
Yeah. So okay, so it must be, again, like you said, must be pretty good then if you're gonna vouch for it on like that. Let's see, because so Homegrown said he's from Georgia. That's right. I remember him telling me that. I think he said somewhat close to Atlanta, which I used to spend a decent amount of time there, mostly for like shows and stuff. And I lived near Macon. Yeah, near Macon. But
I saw ICP and Twisted in Atlanta once.
The first time I saw ICP, it was in Atlanta at the Masquerade. And they had Bone Thugs and Harmony with them and Mac 10. Yeah, it was a weird layout, but it was.
Yeah.
And the first time I saw Twisted was, I want to say Uncle Doctors in Columbia, South Carolina. Yeah.
There was a place in Nashville, the Municipal Auditorium, and the last ICP show I went to, this will tell you how long it's been. This dude I'd never heard of was opening the show. And when that dude was done, I didn't care about staying. I became a fan right then. His name was Tech Nine. You don't want Tech Nine opening the show. He will steal it. It's crazy.
I know I've seen him. And I say that because I've seen ICP so many times. Like,
yeah,
I'm very sure.
Him and Cottonmouth Kings are always around ICP somewhere.
Oh yeah, it's like, yeah, Cottonmouth King was it the Wicked Wonka tour? Yeah, the Wicked Wonka tour was ICP, Cottonmouth Kings, Bone, and Mac 10, which is probably somebody else. But man, that was a good night. But I've seen Cottonmouth Kings a handful of times. I saw them at Myrtle Beach at the House of Blues there. Back in, that was like 2003, something like that. It was a good while ago. But
I never got to see Blaze live. I always liked Blaze, but I never caught him at a show.
I was actually just watching so Twisted, like they have a YouTube channel because everybody does now.
Yeah.
And I was watching them earlier today, watching their channel. And so I guess Blaze was on there. And him and Jamie Madrox, they have a show where they just kind of talk about like comic books and movies and stuff, which was really good because they are apparently very knowledgeable about them, about everything comic book related.
Well, think about it. I mean, for me, I was kind of like an outcast. I went to school with a lot of like doctors' kids and lawyers' kids, and I was a farmer's kid. And I played sports, but I didn't really fit into any category, and that's what drew me to that thing of being a juggalo. And it was never more funny than it was when I was in the police academy. Fast forward a few years, and I've got a hatchet man tatted on my leg, and I'm out here being the police. But I just like the fact that it was family, and that's kind of the thing about the sneaker culture. By and large, racism doesn't exist with sneakerheads. By and large, I mean it's here, and it's everywhere. But you probably remember back when my last kid was born. He's one now. He was premium. We were in the hospital. I swear to God, I heard from more sneakerheads that I'd never met or spoke to, just checking on me, than I did my own friends and family.
Yeah,
and that's the way it was with ICP. They didn't have to take time out of their day to ask me how the kid was, but
yeah,
that's what.
And I've seen that. Like, it's funny because, like the reputation that their crowd gets is based on like the reputation that the music has based on how it's perceived, right?
Right.
But then you go there and everybody's just like having a good time, just hanging out. And like you said, the whole family atmosphere. it's crazy because there aren't a lot of places where you can go and completely feel like accepted for anything. I mean, when
Yeah.
I say that, it's like based on whoever you are. It's like, look, all I know about you is that you are wearing a Shaggy 2 Dope shirt from '94, so we
Yep.
are obviously friends. And so,
Yep. Malenko.
and then you go from there. And that's always a cool thing, you know? It's one of the things
That's
that
what
when I go to
when the
other
FBI labeled juggalos as a gang, I went to the sheriff. I'm like, well, guess I'm a gang member. But you can't, obviously, you can't label the entire group for the actions of a few. But you know what? All the shows I've been to, I never saw a fight at an ICP show. I go to Leonard Skinner or something like that. It's everywhere you look, they're brawling. They're going to have to pull them out. They're brawling.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's
So,
crazy how because some shows can be super violent in like a cohesive way or whatever, like certain like old punk type shows, you know what I mean? Like
yeah, if you don't want to be in that part, you just don't go down there and get in that part.
yeah. And then like I'll go and I've seen like Bad Religion and Rise Against things like that where they have their pits and stuff, and it's just like you said, like what's gonna happen if you get close to it, but then it's like those pits are different than what you might find at like Alkaline Trio or whatever. Where it's more just like it's a lot of pushing,
Yeah.
not so much the flailing.
Yeah. There's some people that they're not happy if they don't get, knocked in the head 6 or 7 times in a mosh
Yeah.
pit. If
And
that's your thing, bro, do you, but I'm going to be in the back.
yeah, I'll get in with like the pushing around or whatever. That's fine.
Yeah.
Or like the circle pits if it's like a ska show and you're seeing some real big fish. Real quick, though, somebody asked here, Corby has been in the chat for a bit now. I know this is a general question. Do you prefer Boost or React Foam? So honestly, I have not used enough React over time to say how it really stands out for me. But the biggest thing I will say is that the Boost shoes tend to be better overall for running as far as like the way the upper is made. So that's what gets me on those. If you're looking at it from a casual wear standpoint, I honestly don't think you can go wrong with either. But if I had to choose, I would, and if I could only buy one, I'm going with the Ultra Boost because I know that I can also use it for running. Whereas with a React Presto or even a 270 React or those Visions or those Element 87s or 55s, not doing it. Personal opinion, of course, but that's just me. So short version, Boost.
I don't have enough experience with the React foam. The Boost, I used to hate Yeezys. I hated all of them until I wore a pair and felt that boost. And then I went and bought a pair of NMDs and Ultra Boost. Man, you can't go wrong with them. They're just, and I'm on my feet at the hospital 12 hours or I'm teaching for 8 hours. They don't hurt my feet like a lot of other shoes, but I just don't have enough experience to talk about React foam. I've never worn them enough.
And that's how I feel. Like I just got my favorite React type of shoe, which is the React Vision. And that was that last month? I have no idea. Like I make a lot of videos and remembering when they come out is pretty much impossible.
Yep.
But the React Vision, I did my little comparison test last weekend. I think it was last weekend. And those are the ones, in my opinion, of course. So so they're nice, right? I recommend them to anybody for casual wear, but the big question is going to be like over time, because some people say that Boost bottoms out. I haven't had that issue, but again, it's everybody's going to have their own take on things.
I don't run unless something big's chasing me, and I haven't seen nothing that big in a minute. So I mean, my boosts have held up, but that's just from now. I am on my feet at the hospital, 12-hour shifts, and there's not a lot of sitting time. But the NMDs or even Yeezys, they've held up.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because I know people people often judge the shoe for the person or whatever, right? And it's like, oh, well, I'm not buying Yeezys because Kanye West fill in the blank. And then I look at it and I'm like, look, I don't really follow him or what he's doing, but everybody has their own take on things. I'm sure he has done or said some things that a lot of other people have done or said, but you just didn't hear about it because they're not famous. So for me, I just look at it as, how is this shoe? And you know what? I had a pair of Yeezys on today, and I was comfortable while I was picking up these Grape 5s. So that was enough for me.
That's the thing. When I go in there and I'm looking at my shoes before I lay my fit out, I'm like, okay, do I want comfort today, or am I trying to look a little bit different? Because if we're honest, Michael Jordan's one of the biggest buttholes that ever walked on the face of the earth. Now,
Yeah,
he earned that, I guess, by being who he is. But people don't really know that, or they haven't paid attention to just how he has treated fans and other athletes over time. He's a jerk, but you're still going to drop $250, $300 on the shoes. Same with Kanye. I don't care what he says. I like the shoe.
yeah, and that's like for me, because I was never like, I never kept up with what Jordan was doing, all his accomplishments. I'm not going to take anything away from the guy, but they don't mean anything to me because I wasn't paying attention. I mean, my favorite player is Rodman, right? Because he's entertaining.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so
I
people,
was heavy into Sean Kemp and David Robinson. Jordan was kind of like when all your buddies are sitting around and you want to see dunks, then you're going to talk about Jordan. But
yeah, I mean, I get
he's
statistically he was very good, which is an understatement. I get that, but it's at the end of the day, I'm not going to flock to a pair of shoes because he scored 70 something points in it. If the shoe
what's Michael Jordan ever done for you?
Yeah, like if the shoe looks good, cool. Like these Grape 5s, I don't know any of the history of the 5. I just know that I like it.
I love purple, and I'm so strange again being that white kid from Livingston, Tennessee. I love loud shoes, man. Pink, purple, I really like it. But if we're all honest, it doesn't. Why are we copying these shoes? For me, and you will agree, disagree, it's because I'm still in my head that kid with an East Bay catalog circling stuff that I want, but my grandparents can't afford to buy it for me. And now that I got a little bit of income and I can cop this stuff, is why I'm doing it. And it doesn't really matter if I like it, I buy it. But you know, Jordan's made $1 billion off of releasing the same shoe over and over and over, just different paint on it.
Yeah, like so. Oh wait, no, this one has 45 on the back now. It's like what? And Homegrown did say that the boots bottoms out. And then Sean, I asked, like, how do you feel about the Jordan 11 25th anniversary that should come out around December 11th? Those, because I feel like those came out last time I was on a live. Have you seen those? What do you think about those? The 11th.
I don't like 11s.
Okay, yeah.
I don't like them at all.
I don't dislike them, but don't I have a pair of 11s out somewhere for some reason? Yeah, right there. But
so Bread's Concords, I'm not going to take none of y'all's pairs. Y'all can have my pairs. They don't look right on me. I wear a size 13 for one. It looks like a boat. I just don't like them. And also, take a lot of crap for this, I don't really like 13s either. He got games. I don't own a pair.
Oh no,
I don't know. They just
I'm
don't look right on me.
Because like people will have told me, and I'm sure they told you the same thing. Like, you got to get this whatever number here because whatever reason here, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, look, man, I don't like the way some things look, period. And on those sneaker battle shows and stuff, sometimes people look at those things and it's like, they pull out your favorite Jordan 13. And it's like, oh, I don't have any 13. It's like, or it's like, oh, I don't have any of this. I don't have any of that. It's like, and then people say, it's like, hey, man, like, you got to get more stuff. Like, to me, I just don't like some things, you know? Like, there are a lot of things I do like, but for me, like I said, Air Max 95, Air Force Ones, those are, and I'm not going to blacklist the 95, it's just rare that I see one I like. 313 is in here. She said you're breaking her heart by not liking the 11.
Oh man, like I said, I'm just that crazy redneck white boy that'll wear pink Air Force Ones all day. I just don't like 11s. I don't know why. I don't know why. I love 14s. What got me into sneaker restoration was I wanted a pair of Ferraris, but I couldn't afford that price. And so then I restored a pair, and I'm like, hey, I can do this. Okay, the Flint 13s, yeah, those are dope.
Okay,
I do like those. And the Dirty Breads.
I do have a pair of I do have in my possession a pair of Flints because Keep Pushing Kids kept talking about them, and I was like, I'm not interested in these. However, they could be a gateway to something that I do want later. So I was able to get them through some means, Nike maybe. Oh yeah, the shock drop. That's right, because I made that video. Yeah, I got those through the shock drop when they came out. Did the review and stuff, and like, it's a fine shoe, but I just, yeah, it just didn't wow me. There was another.
Have you ever done a Nike ID or a Nike by you?
Yes, I have one pair of React Prestos. See, exactly what is that snakeskin?
Yes, sir.
I did. When did that? See, Nike's what they're offering for Nike ID. Like, because I went on there once to get my mom some stuff, and so I was going to get her some 95s. That's her favorite shoe. Or her favorite.
I do have 13, so calm down. I've got a pair. They're just not hot. I've worn them maybe once.
See, and that's what we're saying the same thing about the 95 colorways. Like, and then I think she agreed with me when I said like the 97s are a great looking shoe, but don't get great colorways. The Air Max 97s.
Yeah.
Like, and there's something else that there are a few things that just, I don't know what the deal is, but like it's a model, it's a silhouette that I can get behind. Foam posits are like that a lot of the times. I like them, but Nike just doesn't give me the reason to spend my money on them because they don't give me the colors that are worth buying.
12s are my favorite silhouette, and I don't know a lot of people who say that, but
right here.
The Jordans, the ugly sweater, nothing but net. I got the lows because I love the old school one. And my wife's got a pair of shoes that I really wish that they made in men's size because I would wear this shoe all day long, but I can't get it in a size 13.
Yeah, see, that's like when I pull out those Vachetta Tan 12, like those are one of the things where they came in like all the sizes pretty much. I feel like anyway.
You know how long I tried to get this one, Tristan? You know how long I've been after this shoe for my collection?
Didn't you just get that in there? Like,
just got them, and I still can't put them on my feet.
Like this was one that came in like the extended package, right? Because this was
I love those.
This is a 10.5, right? 10.5 in women's, so 9 in men's. Yeah. So this was one of those ones. Like, it's not often does that happen, right? You know how it is, but sometimes it does, and when it does, you got to take advantage because so often they'll top out at 9.5, like for men.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're lucky or whatever, you'll find something that does go into those like high sizes. But man, I really wish that they would make more stuff in all sizes because there have been plenty of times like I'll see a women's shoe and I can get it, sure, whatever. But like other people that want it, legitimately want to have that, can't. And then you have something.
So,
what's going on?
What'd they do? The light bulbs that they just released for women, they did a mid and a low. I love those shoes, and I can't have them. But to me, in the last couple of years, women have had the best releases, period.
If like women, yeah, grade school girls, kids, whatever, they get some good ones too. But what was crazy, and I didn't realize this until today, was that the Grape 5 were only men's sizes. I probably realized that if I would have thought about it, but earlier somebody brought that up, and that they didn't come in women, they didn't come in grade school, they didn't come in preschool, nothing. But it looks like a shoe that would have been for everybody. It has that.
I've got a print shirt right now that's waiting for those shoes. I love it. I love the purple.
And that's
okay. So here's a women's shoe that I would love to have that my wife wears, but there's no way I'm getting it. It does not come in my size. Women have had the hottest shoes.
And what was it, like 8s? That's another shoe I don't see a lot of that I like, but I do like the model kind of. The reverse Aqua 8 from last year. That was a women's shoe. It's got the 3M on it. I'm a big 3M guy. And so I bought that. I mean, I could have waited because it went on some crazy discounts, but it's like there are probably other guys that wanted that shoe because it's a decent looking 8, but it's your hands are tied, you know?
I'm with 313. I wish they would just say adults and youth and then like toddler, preschool, and stop doing men's and women's.
Just throw one single size out there so you don't have to think about it. Just say this is 1 through whatever with an A for adult, and then this is 1 through whatever with a C for children.
Yeah. I got to take my wife on a date in Puerto Rico. So I'm thinking about unds-ing the Milans.
Oh man, those are looking pretty nice.
People slept on them hard. Well, I know a lot of people don't rock with mids like I do, but the material on those are super nice. Probably the nicest pair that I have. Yeah.
And see, I'm for whatever. Like I don't know if you were here when I said it, but I'm not really a 12 low guy, but that's just because visually I just don't like it that much.
Yeah.
But overall, I'm not going to say no to something just because it's low or mid. I'll say no to it if it just looks bad. And so when I look at mids, like I have 2 or 3 Jordan 1 mid, something like that. Because I got some, I know I have the New Love, and I think I have something else that was a mid.
Those are fire. They're a great summer shoe, in my opinion. It's not as hot wearing the mid than a high.
Yeah, I think the Radio Rahmi ones were a mid. I'd have to look and pull those out. But I have those and something else. I think my ice blue or whatever color that is, I think those ones might be mids as well. I don't know. Maybe I might have to do like pull the ones out, do a one collection or something later.
This is my go-to summer shoe. The one mid, the Air Jordan. It goes with about everything, and it's not hot, and it's comfortable. I love it.
I would say I like those more than the 7s, I think. Just looking at them. Because 7s is another shoe that I like. Like for me, 12s, 7s, 5s. Those are like my top 3. I'd probably say those are my top 3 for Jordan. But neither of them seem to get a lot of attention when it comes to colors.
These are super comfortable, man. These are super comfortable.
Did those sell out or what?
Yeah, but it's only if you try to buy them on StockX, they won't even pull up. They sold out just because they didn't push them hard. But I'd say they'll probably restock a lot.
Because I didn't hear about those until it was after the fact, basically.
Yeah.
But I do like them. I'm liking them more each time I see them. At first, I would kind of wish that the white was not white, but the more I see them, I have fewer complaints.
They're comfortable. I've never had a pair of lows until these, but I like them. 313, the Milans. I love that material. That's why I've still not taken them off ice yet. I feel like it's a dressier shoe, if that's a thing. I know a lot of people like to wear Bred 11s as a dress shoe, but with khakis, something summery, especially in Puerto Rico, I think those would be good for that when like my Travis Scotts wouldn't fit the bill.
Like thinking about 11s now, like the holiday 11s. I've bought the last couple years of holiday 11, but I think I've only worn the 7210s and the Winlike 82s. All the other ones have not been touched from what I can think of.
That's what's weird about me is red's my favorite color, and I love, like everybody called them the Hood 12s a couple Christmases ago when they dropped those all red 12s. I love those, and so if I was going to get a pair of 11s, I would probably try to get the Winds.
Yeah, I remember the all red 12 was. I didn't think I would like those because I'm not usually big into like all one color shoes. But
yeah,
the lady at Foot Locker, you shop there often enough, and people will let you look at stuff. And so she's like, "Hey, like, what do you think about those 12 coming out?" I was like, "I don't know. Like, it seems kind of weird." And she's like, "Well, here, check them out real quick, and let's see." And I looked at them, like, "Oh, okay, this is actually better than what I expected, And then, I bought my pair later and all. I got those in hand, and I mean, I don't wear them a lot, but it's one of those ones that I do like having. It's a weird material to some people, and I get that part of it. But not everything can be just the standard leather. Not everything is going to be suede. Not everything's going to be wool. You got to switch it up a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say what sucks about the wool. Like I still have more of my wools because I was living in New Mexico when I got those, and it's hot there.
It don't get that cold for me. I like the wool 4s. I like the looks of them, and the 12s. It just don't get that cold for me. So
yeah,
and I'm a heavy dude, and I'm on my feet all day. I don't need that extra sweat. I don't need that.
Yeah, like me, I'm in a tank top or t-shirt and some pants like pretty much year round. So like being cold is not really a thing. It also helps that I grew up in Iowa, and then everywhere else I've lived has not been as cold. So it's like, I come over here to Virginia, it can't compete. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
I don't know. Did I put these on Instagram yet?
I don't know, I've been kind of absent a little bit for the most part, but when'd you pick those up?
Last week, and I spent way too much freaking money. Way too much money. I haven't had buyer's remorse in a minute, but I do now. I had it when I shelled out for the shattered backboards, but then I flipped them and paid some bills off. That got her off my back a little bit. I was having to hide boxes and stuff, and then there's been more than a couple times that we've been in a pinch, and I've walked over to the wall and took off a couple pairs of shoes and sold them. But these right here, the 85s, I really don't have to have them like that. I don't know why I did it. Yeah. What's your shoe? Have you got a shoe right now that if you could go back and unbuy it, which one would it be?
The Chrome 6 Lows.
That's a good pick.
And okay, I mean, not really, but I only say that because I truly dislike that shoe. I bought it because like my sister asked for a pair for birthday or something, and then I bought a pair because she was like, "Oh, if you get one, we can match one day." And I was like, "Hey, I'll do it for you." But the pair that I would say that I do regret buying, let me think. 1, 3.
And y'all in the chat, 313, what's your buyer's remorse pair of sneakers? Honestly, I regret buying the 3s that I just got. What are they called? Animal Instinct 2.0?
I'm not sure.
I don't love them, and I need to do that. I should only buy the sneaker if I love it and stop playing into the freaking hype. That was the whole reason of rebuilding my collection, and I'm screwing it up bad.
Yeah, and that's real quick though, kind of trying to look at some things. People are talking about stuff like called the 7210s on a restock, like the all red, the Winlike 96s. I got the Winlike 82s for retail from somewhere. Oh, Foot Locker or Foot Action. I won raffles, got a pair for me, got a pair for my mom. Winlike 96s again. Jeezy says talking about Tim's because it doesn't get that hot there. And 313s, about 11s, come size on.
I like those 6s, retro. I think those 6s are pretty cool.
I'm trying to think, like, what do I have that I kind of wish I hadn't? I mean, there's a couple Yeezys, but I don't have necessarily buyer's remorse. It's just that when I got them, I was like, man, this was like the Lundmark and the Static. It's like, this is too close to really have both of them. But because like I don't have a whole lot of Jordans. Okay, I guess I'll take that back because like
Cinder Yeezy.
Because that 12 collection.
This is all you need. If you only buy one pair of Yeezys, buy the Cinders because they go with everything, and they're super freaking comfortable.
I'm trying to think. Trying to go through everything mentally here. With one.
Well, it doesn't have to be a Jordan or anything hype at all. It can even be an Element or React that you've got that you're like, man, I really didn't have to have that.
But I'm trying to think. Man, I know it's going to hit me later. It's going to be something that. Isn't there something that because I feel like I have something that I just don't really like wearing, but I can't think of what it is. Because those are. It had to be something that's maybe in one of those weird piles or something.
Because like, why I bought these. These are trash. The Air Force One Chicago's. These are so ugly. They're fugly.
Wow.
But it's crazy, man. And they made a green pair too.
I've never.
In my head, I'm like, they're going to be limited. Yeah, because nobody freaking wants them. That's why.
Man.
These was a hot beast. I played into everybody else's.
Oh. I mean, because that's the thing. Like, sometimes stuff will get you. You know, like, for the most part, I've been pretty good at avoiding the hype. But every now and the Wave Runner, I do, in a lot of ways, regret spending $300 on the Wave Runners. A lot of people will say that it's the best 700, but I just look at it as a $700 or a $300 shoe that I did not want. But I bought it because like Adidas was being nice to me and let me buy it. Let me turn this light down for a second.
These are another one that I paid too much for that I rarely ever wear. They're not the numbered pair though, so I really didn't pay that much money. But I mean, how many black and red shoes do we already have, people?
Yeah, that is a color or like a colorway that I just wasn't feeling that split, that whole Harley Quinn thing going on.
Yeah.
I just couldn't get behind it for me personally.
Check these out. These are my kid's first Jordans. And on the back, it's got a place to put like his first step and his milestones. I love these. And they're breads. Because everything's bread.
Right. Let's see, what else? I don't know if it's because I haven't broken them in yet, but I'm glad I didn't pay retail. But I have some regrets on the ZX 4000, the 4D shoe that Adidas made, but like the soles are 3D printed.
Yeah.
Those, because they feel just so clunky. I mean, I wanted to see what they were all about, so there's that. You know, it wasn't like the hype that got me, but I know that like the shoe is gonna hit me, like it's gonna hit me like at 3 a.m. I'm gonna wake up like that's what it is.
Yep. Hey 313, the reason I bought those ugly freaking Animal Instincts is because I already had a Bob Marley shirt that would match it perfectly. So that was my rationale. I'm gonna pay $250 for these sneakers because it matches my $12 t-shirt.
Man, like I was gonna get rid of a pair of Oswego's and give them to my brother because we wear the same size, and sometimes I'll do a review on something and then give it to him because like I've realized that hey, I don't have to. Because sometimes I want to check something out, but I don't necessarily want it. I just want to know.
Yeah.
But to him, it's like, yeah, I'll take some free shoes once in a while.
So my 12-year-old wears the same size sneaker as me. So he's been in my room. But he has a pair that I can't wear because I can wear a 12 to 13, but he can wear like an 11.5 to 12. And me and his mother got him those for Christmas, and he's beating them up. It's pitiful.
Question for 313, because I know she likes Air Maxes too. You got a favorite pair? Somebody asked me earlier. 313, you got a favorite pair of the Air Max Plus? Because the Air Max Plus is one of my favorite models, and I don't know, because like somebody was asking me earlier, so that's why I have these two out, the blue and the purple from the OG pack. I got the orange one somewhere over here too, but these ones, like as far as my favorites, I think it's this one. I really do, because even though these are both really nice, like I just like the way this blue comes off. But again, you can't go wrong with either one. Said the gold. Oh, okay. The all gold ones. Didn't Jeezy? No, those were 97 that he had, I think. Okay. Yeah, I remember those because I think my sister has a pair of those gold pluses. And there's what else? Like there's the 98 that like I'm not against it, but I don't see a lot of those that I like. But I do see one every now and then. Might have to get another pair eventually. But
you were the one who put me on to NMDs though, because I was talking about, man, I love these Yeezys, and you're like, well, if you want that feel, but you ain't trying to pay that much money, check these out. And so I think there was a couple times where I would hit you up and be like, hey, my wife needs a running shoe, man.
Yeah.
Which one do you recommend?
Yeah, I remember those conversations. Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, people will say, like, oh, okay, what? I don't know what just happened here. Dude just disappeared. But I'll say it anyway. So people will often say that, like, you need to get a pair of Yeezys because it's, like, the most comfortable thing out there. That's flawed in some ways. Is it true that they're the most comfortable thing out there? There's a good possibility as far as 350s go. A lot of people say it's the 700. I can't vouch for that. Never wore a pair. But the 350s are pretty comfortable, but there's so much better stuff out there that's cheaper. 313, what is going on?
Hey.
How's everything going on your end? Thanks for dropping in.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, it's hot. Got like a whole hair thing going.
Oh, I got you. Hey.
Wait.
Yeah,
I think I have. Wait. Okay, wait. I still have my YouTube going because I'm weird, I guess. Oh, did you do that? You know, you can put all of us on there. I only see me and you.
No, he just fell out like right before. I think he like clicked on his phone or something and accidentally closed it. So now I'm just waiting on him to come back.
Yeah, I was like, these I actually keep in drop fronts because I love them so much. Like these are like my. How do I do that? There we go.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking of because like the red swoosh. But
I have the 97s too.
So do you prefer the plus or the 97? Because
plus, I think I prefer the plus over the 97. I have them, but
I mean, I want to
aesthetic wise, I think it's.
And that's kind of how I feel too. Because like, as much as I like 97s, something about the plus, it just
I don't know. I don't know what it is about the way that it's designed and like.
I mean, it's bad enough that like the plus. I mean, the 97, you already don't find all the colors in them that you want, and now she fell out too. And I don't know if it's StreamYard or if it's people just having problems or what. Hopefully, because I see her just kind of spinning around. Hopefully she's able to get back in. The BBC NMD and one gun that stock. Just and sorry, I was kind of missing out on some of these. What some people were saying in the chat, because sometimes you get to talking to the people that are in the thing and like the people that are on camera with you or whatever, and then the messages like they scroll by and you look and you see that they haven't moved, and then you look away, you look back, and it's totally different. Like everything's gone. But the pluses are better looking and more comfortable with art support. Yeah, I was just looking at that in this pair, like, because these all came with arch things. Also, I don't think it was a standard thing on all. Okay, here we go. Let's see, get that. I don't know if it was a standard thing on other 90s, but the recent recrafted 90s have also been coming with the art supports.
So if
Yeah, the FX 90 been coming with
the laptop up, you gotta actually plug it into the computer too for it to charge.
What's going on?
Yeah.
StreamYard ghost banning people now.
She's just kicking people out. But yeah, it's probably do need to get some wrenches. Usually, it's like the only times I've seen moderators really be helpful is like to kick out people that are need to be kicked out,
or they catch those people that say things or
the comments that don't need to be commented.
Right. I think McFly was doing a live, and a guy literally, he put his he was putting it up for anybody to come in the live, and he clicked on a guy, and when he clicked on it, it was literally his butthole.
Oh man!
I mean, that's a bold move.
Yes.
And that takes some. Not getting into the logistics of it, but like that takes some effort.
Yes.
That's
you got to angle it. You got to have the right angle and everything.
Yeah, because somebody was on mine earlier. Because I have the link pasted pinned in the chat, and it's like I've been watching this, seeing who's talking, and then somebody popped up. All their name said "bruh." They didn't have the picture up or anything. I was just like, I'm not even going to acknowledge this because this could be anybody. You know what I mean? Because the name didn't match anybody that had said anything in the last hour or whatever. So I was like, not today. Not going to get me.
Yeah. Man, that's crazy.
But I see what Homegrown is saying though. But we are going to be doing another live on Sunday. Yeah, he's going to be there. Hey, 313 if you want to come through too. What time? It'll be 1 p.m. Eastern this coming Sunday. Basically, just talking about kind of starting and maintaining YouTube channels. Homegrown Kicks is going to be there because he's a newer guy. Talking about like the newer aspect of it. Kicks for Fresh is going to be there, right?
Okay.
Get you in there. Jeezy's going to be there. Me and Optimistic. So just kind of cool. Because it's like, you know how it is. Every now and then people talk about like how hard it can be like starting a channel. So we have people that are new. How hard it can be like maintaining, or maybe there's like maybe you and Kicks for Fresh feel like there's a certain vibe, like if you're a woman in this world, like you kind of get looked at a certain way, right?
Right.
So you can talk about that. So yeah, just kind of have a discussion about a handful of things related to all of that.
Definitely.
So yeah, I'll be sure to get you the link and all that stuff. Like I said, so that'll be this coming Sunday.
Okay.
Yes, appreciate that. But yeah, man, it's because it can be weird out here, trying because like you come out here just to say, you know what, I just want to talk about some shoes that I have, just share some opinions, and you get comments all over the place, right?
Right.
Like
it's an open forum, so people just pop in. They don't have to be interested in shoes. They're like, oh, let's see what I can mess up today.
Because you can get on there and somebody can come through and say, oh wow, like I really like those, like I wasn't able to get this pair, but I got these. And it's like, cool. You have a little back and forth, and that's it. Then someone else comes along, like, this is all trash. It's like,
It goes way left.
It's like you gotta like what you could be constructive, because I've had people like when I do my like certain comparison videos, somebody might say, hey, like these are pretty good, but if you haven't tried these, you should consider that because it's the same thing but with a different upper. It's like, oh, okay, cool, that's something constructive to work with. And because of things like that, now I have tracking numbers coming in so I can try something else out because it was on sale. So
yeah, I don't like for people to just say I don't like that shoe. Like, what about it don't you like? Like, have a conversation. Like, it's kind of like I don't mind. Like, I don't mind somebody saying that there's a shoe that I may be reviewing that I like that they don't like. But I always wonder, okay, so what's your perspective on it? Or, what about the shoe don't you like? Things like that. Just because I like to ask questions. That's it. Yeah. So it's never that I'm being combative, but I always dig into things, and I'm always interested in other people's opinions and things like that, because everybody's so different. So I don't know.
People lack a certain context behind, like, if you don't like something, you have to give some kind of like, explanation on why you don't like something. You can't just be like, this is trash, this is trash, this is trash. Like, there got to be some substance behind that.
Yeah, like I guess I don't like the word trash. Like when people call shoes trash.
Yeah, it's subjective.
It's right. It's all subjective. You can't say, unless you're just one of those people that's going off what's hype. And if it's not hype, then you're calling it trash. Then okay, your opinion really doesn't count because
I've had somebody like they were talking about something like, yeah, I don't like these. It's just, I mean, they said it in a way that I could tell that okay, we can have a conversation. I just need to get somewhere. And it turned out that they didn't like the color. They were cool with the shoe itself, but they're like, man, like the color, it just has too much going on. So okay, I can totally see that, especially like given some of the shoes that I'm into. You know how it is, like sometimes some of us are just drawn to some flashy things,
Right.
And
like people don't understand why I don't like Yeezy. Like, I understand that they're comfortable. I don't like the design of them. Like, for me, I feel like they remind me of spaceships, like things you would see in like an alien movie. So like those pods that he's building, they kind of remind me of his shoe. I don't know. I got a weird head. So like, I always think space agey stuff. Like, if they capture a human, then that's something similar to what they would store us in. That's all I think about when I see Yeezys. I don't know why. But
when you said alien, that reminds me, the 720 is my regret shoe because it is just not good. But okay, here's the thing. The Yeezy 350, that's the only one I can really talk about. It looks silly to me. It truly does. When I look down at it from above, it looks weird. When I look at it like head on, it looks weird. It's super comfortable. But when people say that they don't like the way they look, I've got nothing to say to them. I'm like, maybe a different color, because sometimes that can change your opinion.
Right.
But at this point, they've released enough colors that if the color that you like is out there, you would have seen it by now. And if you still don't like them, you just don't like them.
Yeah, I've even tried them on. Like a friend of mine, she was at work or whatever, and I was like, let me try this on. Like, that's not something I would go out and buy and be like, yeah, I'm gonna try this out. Like, I'm gonna go to a friend first and be like, let me check this shoe out. I checked it out. I took a picture of it. I posted on IG and everything. It's just I don't even know which one it is, but it's the more cloth one of the first ones to come out. It was a zebra. That's the one she had. And that style of shoe, the way that it comes out, it literally reminds me of a fish. I don't know why. When I look at the top of it, it reminds me of like a flower. The shape. Yeah, the shape of it. So I think fish.
That till right now.
And I mean, that's just the way my head goes. It doesn't, and it reminds me of that. And I don't like for my feet to look wide. And I feel like, I got flat feet already. So then I feel like I put it in a Yeezy. I just feel like I'm this short thing walking around with this platypus foot. Like,
it is not a flattering look.
Like, I don't know. Like, it just seems like I'd be like,
because some shoes look better on like when they're smaller or something, and then as they get bigger, they just look a little blown out of proportion. But the Yeezy, again, I'll say it because I have a bunch of them, and it's not hypocritical because I buy them for my own reasons, which is the comfort. But man, like if somebody, and I was saying this before, if somebody is like, hey, I want to start buying shoes, I'm gonna get some Yeezys, like start somewhere else, right? Because like, if you're looking for comfort, there's so many cheaper options. You could buy a
Right.
Ultra Boost right now from anybody, from any store that's open for less than one Yeezy, more than likely. You wait out a sale, you might be able to get 3. And then you got like Air Maxes, right? Maybe you want a Vapor Max. There's a lot of stuff. React shoes are very close, very close. And
that's what I was saying. I was like, I like a NMD, but I'm like, why would I choose a Yeezy over that when I like that style better? Like, yeah. I'm like,
if you can buy this right now in whatever color you want for like $90,
right?
And go in, try it on, make sure it fits right, all that stuff. No hoops to jump through. You don't have to go in and see like, let me try and win this raffle for these new NMDs. Yeah. Nope, you just got to go there the year they release, and they will.
The year they release, not the day, the year.
Because I've seen some of those NMDs stay in stock for a while. Nothing against them. It's just that they're mass produced because they're like right. They are the true general release for everybody's shoe. Kind of like, and to get to this question that's on the screen here about like Jordan 1, that's a shoe that comes out a lot too. Not always easy to get, but the general release colors often are different. Now this weekend, is it this weekend? Yeah, I guess it is. The gray pair, like the red up the top.
Yeah, more gray. Yeah.
What do you guys think about those?
I've always liked that shoe. I like the fact that it has that red at the top that makes it pop. Now, if it was like all gray, then I'd probably be like, it's all gray shoe. And I like one, so I'm kind of partial to them, but I like that they pop like that. I like that red is what does it for me. Like smoke gray, okay. But like if it was just gray up there, I'd probably be like, yeah, I don't really need that. I've kind of been trust me, I got enough ones to where I could pass on a couple pair and be okay. So yeah, I just feel like I like that red. I like that pop. So that's not something that I would wear with my jeans that would cover it.
Right.
Like I would definitely have to wear something that I could see that part of the sneaker. So that's just my take on those.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have anything against them. It wasn't something I was going for personally, but I have nothing against the shoe. It's just kind of one of those, like, if it came out during one of those drought times, I'd probably consider it. But with the Grape 5s this week and up until today, the 12s next week, that was out of the question. What are we about to say, Jeezy?
I was about to say, I like the smoke grays. I think I really think they came out like too close because this is gonna be what you call a scapegoat Jordan because everybody wanted those Dior's. This is a gray and white shoe for the most part, so you're gonna go after that. And you see the mid gray and whites they've been selling out too. So it's like everybody's trying to get that Dior effect of like a Jordan 1. So
yeah,
I think. Like me personally, I like the shoe. I liked it before it came out, but people don't realize that's the Bloodline 2.0 that we were supposed to release. That's the Bloodline 2.0. So, I mean, for the most part, like I said, I like it. It's different, but people are gonna be like the poor man's union and all that other stuff. Like, just like
the Dior's are nice.
Yeah.
I would just expect a lot more from that shoe than what they did for $2,000. Like
I don't know.
And I'm like, for $2,000, I want my Wings logo to say Air Jordan on it. I don't want it to say Air Dior. I'm pissed. Like I'm like, wait a minute.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't know what I want for $2,000, but I know I want a lot.
Right. Like right. I don't know. Like I need them bad boys to lace up on their own too. Like I need them to have that system on it. Like I don't know. Like it's a dope shoe. I like it. If the price point wasn't so high, then yeah, I'd be like, But
look, the flip is phenomenal on them though.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
that.
the cost of entry just kind of makes it impossible.
But
You know,
I
right.
mean, did you
'Cause
see
you gotta buy
somebody
the-
posted today? They said they wanted to, like, somebody was saying what was Dior's input on the shoe, and so they pulled out the insole, the tongue of the shoe, and it was something else. The swoosh logo. They said this is the only input Dior had on the Jordan 1. Like, it's not $2,000 worth of like material or even like quality to even be throwing that kind of money towards that.
Right, because it's a fabric material, right? It's not even a leather on that swoosh. So that's why I was kind of like, I don't get it. Like,
wasn't there a Supreme shoe or something, that a Supreme collab shoe or something that came out recently where all it had was just like a little Supreme logo?
Yeah, that was the Air Force One, and it was the little logo on the side, and I was like, I don't understand what. I was like, and I'm not a huge Air Force One fan. Like, it's got it. Like, again, that's one of those shoes that I used to be, like, back in the day, that I used to wear them all the time. But like the sole, I just can't. Like, it feels more like a platform to me than anything with a thicker sole now to me. So I don't.
Yeah.
Aesthetically, for me, it has to be like. I think I got. Which ones did I? Oh, I got the Motor City ones, the Detroit ones. I got both pairs of those that came out. Of course, they say 313 on the tongue.
Right.
I'm gonna get those.
Oh, you
but
and then you should have got the Pistons ones.
I did. I got those too. I got both.
Okay.
Yep, with the basketball on the back. Yep, I got that pair. Yep. Yeah. Cove actually saw him at a Ross or something or other, and he hit me up like, "Hey, did you want to?" You want me to grab these? And I was like, heck yeah, man. I cashed out them because I couldn't find them here. So that was a good pickup for me. But what was the other ones I just got? Reacts. They were Reacts. They were Air Force One Reacts. I got those. And I mean, that shoe just hit me. Like, it was a super dope shoe. Like, I don't like that solid white sole on the shoe. Like, it is something about a white sole that just kind of, like, even with ones, like, I need the outer sole to have just that little bit of color on it where I'm like, I need it to be sandwiched in so that I can break up the monotony of it. So
the way I see it, you kind of got to be like that, just because you got to put some checks in there to stop yourself from buying certain things. Otherwise, if you're just cool with everything, your closet is going to look crazy.
It's ridiculous, right? Like, I got shoes everywhere, like.
Yeah.
But I'm moving some stuff around too, so it's crazy. So I can get a shoe room. But it's just like with Air Force One, where it has to be that shoe. Like, I like the I think it was the LV8 utility one. It was a vault color, and like it sat for a minute. It came in an army kind of green color too. And I like both of them. And I sat and I waited. And for some reason, that shoe went from selling just about nothing to, and I was like, dang, all right. But
what Four said about the Dior is like, got to break the bank to make the bank. Yeah, that's very true.
I mean, look, what it was, 2023 at the New York Tech. So, I mean, and you could have sold it for like $12,000. Like, that's somebody's year right there. I don't have to make another sale for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I mean, if it works out, it's definitely going to work out in a major way. But
like,
I just don't buy shoes to sell them. Like, I don't have that. Like, it already takes enough energy for me to get the one shoe for me that I want. I don't think I have enough energy to run after a shoe just to sell it. Because then I'll be like I'm still mad that I sold the Travis Scott one that I hit on, and I couldn't even wear it. It was a 9.5. Like, I still wanted to keep the shoe, and it makes no sense.
Well, I mean, I get it,
but I wanted the shoe for myself, but it's going for like over $2,000 in a size 6, and you could only get my size overseas. You couldn't even get my size here. So I was like,
see, that's crazy. It's like,
it sucks.
Because I know,
I got kicks.
Like a couple of weeks ago, like DB Kicks, he got through on a preschool, infant sized
that Travis Scott
270. Yeah. And he's like, I guess I can just keep these, and it's like it's a decoration or something.
I need DB Kicks look. He hits on everything.
But after a certain point, like, you don't want like something this big just sitting around. You know, it's like
Right.
you want to. It's like, look, I got to do something with this. I got to do something with this.
Yeah, I think the fact that I sold that shoe, but I would have never been able to sell it and get the same amount for it in that 9.5 that I needed to get that 6. That's the crazy part. The 6 is just like, that size is just like ridiculous. Like
the unicorn
the
stuff.
amount is just like, this is stupid. So I was like, man, I could have kept that 9.5. I mean, I probably would have just put them on and not really went anywhere in them though. I just would have been in the house, but I would have worn them in the house. Definitely. Because when it was such a nice shoe. Like I was one of the people when it came out and I was like, what's up with this backwards huge swoosh on here? But then when I got them in here, like they were a really nice shoe. I couldn't even be upset about it. Like the color was, you know, all even. It didn't have a bunch of, you know, stains and all. Like they really produced that shoe.
I would have been all for it, and if it was like just a standard general release one, even mid, whatever. Like if they just put that color on it, would have been all for it. But once you start throwing the hype into the mix, it's like I don't want to do this.
Yeah, like, right. That's how I get with a lot of them. I'm like.
And then like he's saying like all the shoes that I have, like outside of like recently where I started just kind of giving stuff to my brother because you know, so you know what, if he wears the same size, that means like that'll make it easier for me to get rid of some of this stuff, you know, because like those Element 87s, Element 87s I did a review on recently. When my mom came up, I said, "Here, take these back, give them to Jared. I have done what I needed to with them." And he gets them. I told him that, "Hey, I wore these twice, cleaned them." I was like, "Oh man, I don't even care." Like, thank you so much, right? Because he's just like, "Hey, I don't have any of this stuff." So otherwise, stuff would just keep piling up. And now, like you were saying, that's when the selectiveness comes in. You know, it's like I see stuff that this had been 3 years ago. Like when I went to the store today, there's probably another pair of shoes that I would have walked out with. But right now, nope, because I'm not selling anything. And then it gets to the point where you just like, clearly, I need more space. Clearly,
I mean, it starts getting overwhelming to an extent. Like me, I have a certain number I like to uphold to. So once I get to that number, I'm like, I gotta off some things now.
Okay. Like, see, I have refused to count, and therefore I don't know if I've hit that number.
See, I don't count.
That's my secret.
Yeah, that's why. When I told you I stopped updating my stuff because I got stopped. Like that was one of the reasons why.
Oh man, I did that last. What was it like? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how often you are on there, but I updated my Snups account like last month for my 2019 purchases, and somebody responded with like the number in that shelf. I'm like, I wasn't gonna look at it myself, but now that it's thrown in my face,
right?
Because I mean, the thing is, I was all over those sales. You know, I mean, I bought a lot of stuff, and it's one of those things like I'll sit there and I'll tell myself, I'm not spending $300 for a shoe and then go buy 6 Air Maxes, right? Because it's and like
your
that happened.
Your Air Max collection video by itself.
Say that again.
I said that Air Max video by itself should have been an indicator.
Yeah. That was one of the worst days because I didn't start making those videos till like 7 at night. It's like 2 in the morning. I'm sitting here trying to like get things uploaded. Man, it was rough.
I'm gonna tell you, like this collection video I'm trying to put together is the worst thing I've ever done in my life. I'm not sure when I'm gonna finish it. Like I was trying to finish them all, but then it's like I buy another shoe and I'm like start going this category, and then I gotta go back and I gotta fit it in to edit it, and then I'm like,
it's like me. Like I was looking at the what was it? The foam posit collection video I did, because I was like, well, you know what, I can do this one. It's not like they're gonna make any foams that I want anytime soon, more than likely, because they don't do that anymore. And then like 2 weeks, it's like 2 weeks after I finished that video, it's like, here come those. And I'm like, well, should have waited. And now it's like, okay, I did my 12 video. Next, I was looking at doing an Ultra Boost video, and I'm like, then I have flashbacks to Air Max Day, and then I feel bad, and I don't want to do it.
I'm not sure. Like, that's gonna have to be one video for itself. Like, I decided I'm gonna do them in chapters because,
yeah.
And the one thing I don't want somebody to do is go through and count the shoes and then comment on it, because I don't want that reality.
You're right.
Like, I don't want that reality check. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, shoes are in different rooms of my house for a reason, because if they were all in one room at this point, I feel like I would need to call somebody.
That's like me.
I need a therapist. Like,
because like I had stuff in a way that it was sensible, but I was like, you know what? Let me break things out I'll separate things into small stacks here and there, and it makes it look so much better. Like, as far as not looking like there's so many.
Right.
And I can still get to everything. I know how it's all laid out. It's just they're more spread out now. But it's when you walk in and it's just like, bam. It's not like the Great Wall. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
But the problem is the shoes that since I felt like I was doing good in the beginning of the year. Like, I didn't buy a sneaker in January at all. So I was like, oh, I'm doing good. But I don't know what happened to where the ketchup monster took over, and then like it was like and then COVID hit and the sales hit, and then it was like, listen, I drive a Tahoe, and to not have to move that sucker, you know how much money I saved by not having to drive to work and working from home. I was like, oh my God, okay. Like there's a stack sitting right here, and these are like just purchases from this year, and some of them I had to move out. I was like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna move these in here because this stack right here is getting too out of control.
I still got boxes I haven't opened yet, just because I'm like, I'm far behind myself right now. So it's like,
think, oh yeah, I don't know what those are.
J23 and Soul Links is the devil right now.
Oh my God. But I'm glad things look like they have slowed down for me though, because it's the smoke gray ones, the 12s, and I think there was one other pair I was looking at, but other than that, I've been kind of like, okay, like buying 3 pair in a month for me is almost like stopping.
That's bearable.
Because I'll buy 6 pairs in a week, and I'll be like, oh my God, how'd I do that?
Yeah, like you try not to, but sometimes like, and it's funny how it works. Is like, a couple days ago, a pair of Ultra Boosts that I had been looking at since they were supposed to come out, and then they came out on time and all that stuff. Like, man, I want to get those. I really like those. And then they sold out eventually. Like, eventually, it's, it wasn't quick. It took some time. I was like, all right, you know what? I waited too long. I will accept it. And then they came back in stock, and it was like, hey, you can get these right now for 140 shipped. I'm like, man, that's a good price, but I'm not going to do it. And then those same people said, hey, we're further marking them down to 100. So you know what's going to be here on Friday? Yeah, those Ultra Boosts. Because
I know, right?
It's like,
because then when they start going down and they're still available, you feel like it's for you. This is happening because you need to buy this shoe. Like, I'm going to mark it down again then. Are you ready now? It's like,
right.
It's like it's talking to you. And you're like,
we're going to mark it down, and we're going to give you a 25% off on it.
Right.
And then they had the audacity to have both pairs. And I only bought one, but like, you know how sometimes like something will come out and it's like, man, you want both of them, and sometimes you get both of them, but sometimes you're like, no, I'm going to take the adult route. I'm going to only buy one.
Yep.
And this was one of those times. And then when they were both out there for 100, I'm thinking like, I almost spent 180 on one pair. So is it really that bad to spend 200 and get both of them? It's not, but at the same time it is.
Right. That happened with me with the Lahar Air Max 90s. I got the purple pair that came out in overseas. So I got that pair and I was like, you know what? I love this purple color. I'm going to go with this. But then I was like, I saw the green pair and I'm like, well, these are kind of sick. They're on sale. Then I saw them again. They kept going down and I was like, let's forget it. Here we go with the pairs. I'm buying this too. So it just happens that way. And I'm like, am I a little OCD? Because I feel like I make like pairs and sets of shoes in my own head, even if it's not a pair. Like right now, like the 12s that are coming out, those black and yellow ones, I'm like, oh yeah, I got the mellow 13s, 12s and 13s.
Right.
I was like,
man, like every black and yellow shoe that comes out, it's like part of me is like, I should probably get this, right? And so when they came out with it on a 12, it's like, well, that's a done deal. There's nothing to even think about, right?
Because then you got the new love ones.
Yeah,
black and yellow.
I mean, look, in my head, I'm like, oh shit, Grambling State. I said, that's my shoe. I can get that. That's in my head. Oh, I got a Pikachu shirt. I could use that. Like all kind of crazy stuff. Just pop in my head.
I got all these Iowa shirts, and then I look at what was it, a couple months ago when we were gonna go on vacation. I got some NMDs, some black and yellow ones, but they recently came out with some better looking NMDs in black and yellow. And I'm thinking, well, surely these aren't going to sell out. So that means that later you can get these too. And it's like, and then I'll just tell my mom, I'll just mail these down to there, and I'll keep a pair at my mom's house, because then you start rationalizing these things. You're like, if I don't have them here, it's okay.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Right. But then I get down there and I'm like, I got like 12 pairs of shoes down here. Like that's a decent amount by like a lot of people's standards.
Yeah, I burned my storage privileges a while ago. So
but man, what
what's those? What was I about to say? The mids, like the one mids.
Mm-hmm.
I used to kind of like, oh yeah, I go in the store, they're sitting up there, they're just chilling by themselves, nobody wants them. And I'm like, oh, okay, I got time, I don't need to run out. It's nothing special I gotta jump on right now. And then all of a sudden, I'm telling you, the very first pair, the black, white, and gold patent leather mids.
Oh yeah.
They sold out and I was like in shock for a long time. I couldn't understand in my head what had happened. And I was like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
And then it happened to another pair of mids, and I was like, it's something about the shoe I'm not understanding with from the ones I was buying previously. What's going on? And it just
Asian market opened up.
Because mids are, I remember, what was it? I don't know if they were in other stores, but like when I was in El Paso, it seemed like Champs was like king of the mids. Like I would walk in and like, it seemed like a lot of Champs have that same little wooden rack thing as soon as you walk in.
Yeah, that little circle thing or whatever.
And every time it's the first one you see is a bunch of mids. And you see them and they're all there in assorted colors. They're marked down, some of them, and none of them are bad. And you walk in like knowing, okay, I'm here for Galaxy Air Max Plus. Like, and then you see clothes and you're like, okay, well, what's this all about? And that's
right. It's just, I don't know. Like I said, I've been a fan of mids since I got kind of into the ones. And the weird thing is I think it was the Dunks is what I ended up getting first. I didn't even know what they were. The SB Dunks, I kind of bought the ugly sweater ones, and I was like, I like this shoe. I saw it, and I'm like, I didn't even know there was a hype around the shoe. I was just sitting in Florida because my son had like a football tournament down there, and I'm like, I'm gonna get this shoe. I'm gonna get this shoe. And then I started looking around. I'm like, why is everybody after this shoe? Like, what? I was like, all right, maybe it's because it's a Christmas shoe. And then that's when it kind of got the rolling, and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
The thing too. Like it seems like I can never, like, even when I jumped over and I was like, okay, I'm gonna do more of my Air Max 90s. People aren't really. Here comes the year of the 90s, and I'm like,
it comes in spells because they did it with the 95s, the 97s, the 98s.
I'm I'm good with that. I just want my 90s to go back to the point where I can get them on sale and for cheap, like I was doing before. And
is that too much to ask?
For some odd reason, Corvette hit, and now Iverson's are selling out again, and I can't deal with it, man.
Because that's what I want.
That's crazy.
I want to buy the things that I want for the price that I want to. That's it.
Like I want my regular Dunks bag. I don't want I'm not buying SBs. I want my traditional Dunks bag. I want my St. John's and my Syracuse and my Kentucky Blues. I want that bag. I don't want to have to fight with all these hype beasts, with all these that can't tell the difference between a standard dunk and a SB dunk. I'm tired of it.
Yeah, I'm one of them people. I'd be like, I'm pretty sure all mine are SB dunks because I like things that have like a theme to them. So like the ones I got the scribble dunks and I have the ugly sweater dunks. Like I have things like that. So like just my collection period though, if you look at stuff that I purchased, they tend to go along that. Like I got the Cuban Link 90s. Like there's literally
those dope. I wish they came in my size.
I really need to get on and do a video on that. Like I haven't done a video in a minute. I just need to take a break after the lives, and it was going twice a week, every week is a lot. So
it's like that, like, I mean, I know like not everybody really thinks in depth about it, but to me, it's like, and I'm not even doing it, but it's still like, okay, you see the time that it takes just to be on the live, right? You're already getting X amount of hours, but then that also means you're doing whatever on the other days to track. Okay, who's going to be on the show? You're probably talking amongst yourselves, a group of you, trying to figure out how to do things. Somewhere in there, you got to live your own life, right?
Right. Questions, man. They used to be like,
yeah. So then when people are like, oh man, like when's the next season? It's like, let them start whenever they're ready to start. Like,
yeah, I'm like, we're gonna take that. That's gonna take a minute.
My other thing was like, you see so many people go in there and want to complain about this, complain about that. It's like, and then they're going to be the first ones saying like, oh, when are you guys starting the next season? It's like, you weren't grateful for it when it was happening. Like, how about you sit back and wait, and when it's ready, it will be ready.
Right. I was like, at first I was like, man, I don't even know. Like for a minute, we got to the point where it was so much controversy. I was kind of like, well, I don't want to keep doing this. But then I had to get back and like, remember why I was doing it. I was like, it's not for all that. It's not for, it was never to get noticed or anything like that. It was for everyone that, was a smaller YouTuber and was trying to pretty much everybody that was trying to get to 1K. Like, that was kind of like the whole premise, and that's still it. We're still trying to, it's not just for YouTubers, but the thing is to get people's names out there.
And the thing is, because it's like, I guess because a lot of us started around the same time, and so we all like were small YouTubers then, and still like look at ourselves as like it's like what, like I said to somebody at some point in the it's like, okay, well, so like what would you say makes somebody a big YouTuber, right? Like I mean, there's some numbers you can throw behind it, and are big numbers. So like even though we all have like 1,000 more subscribers than we did last year, it's like we all still feel like we're not doing anything different. We're still feeling like small time, but because of, we're still
I still feel like a small YouTuber. I don't feel like I'm okay and all of a sudden I'm
I think that goes with how big-headed some people could get. If you're at 1,000 and you think you're more than everybody else, then you need to check yourself on that. Because 1,000 is like a peon level for some people.
Right.
Yeah, like for me, like the only thing that I could say would even qualify me as like, or any of us as big, is like because there are people with a certain percentage under us, right?
Right.
So yeah, if you want to compare me to the person who started their channel last week, yeah, okay, sure, but that's
right.
Right? Like I'm still like you look at those numbers, it's like, okay, how many people are on the internet, right?
Right.
People are looking at shoes like, and I get that, different people are on different levels, but again, you take like a Mike Rich type of person or something, right? He, in a single video that he might make just to say why he's not making a video that day, he'll get like my subscribers worth of views in minutes.
In minutes. Right. It's like, I look at that too, and I'm like, oh, you posted this 20 minutes ago. You're already at 5K. I'm like,
yeah, like, I mean, I look at my little progress thing for myself is to make sure that I'm not getting stagnant or whatever. But the thing is, like, you can't really compare yourself to anybody, right? Because unless that other person is doing the exact same shoe reviews that you're doing, like if me and this person, we only buy the same shoes, put up our reviews on the same day, same hour, all that, we can compete. But everybody else is putting out a different product. We're just in the same general area,
Right. Yeah, I guess I never really thought of YouTube as a competition thing. I don't like when you just said that. I'm like, I don't know. I literally never looked at it as competition. I don't know why. Because I guess it's because it's a hobby for me. Like I like doing it, so it's not like I'm doing it to be better than anybody else. Like heck, for a while I was like, it became like E and McFly and PM was like, sis, we got to get you to 1K. I was like, what are you talking about? Why? I'm like,
yeah.
Okay. And they're like, you get monetized and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, okay, I guess. I wasn't in it to like make money or anything like that. I'm like, it's dope if I can get a shoe or something a month or something out of it. That's kind of what's up. But if I don't, then it's okay. Because it's like, it's not why I buy shoes. I've been buying shoes before I even had a YouTube channel. So it was kind of like, oh, YouTube for me was literally something to break out of my shell. I was like, being super shy and things like that. So I was just kind of like, okay, I'm recording it, so I'm not really doing it live. And then like I can get used to seeing myself and talking to people and doing conversation starter.
The groove of it, you can.
Yeah. So that's more so of why I started. And I was like, well, why not talk about something that I'm comfortable talking about? And I don't seem like it's so. And then in the middle of the shoe, like. So yeah, that was my reasoning for starting it. It's just to break out of my shell.
I was buying shoes and I had just moved to Korea and I had nothing else to do. So it was like a lot of it had to do with a whole bunch of free time, to be completely honest. Like, so I was like, you know what? I have a camera, which was a phone. I can record some stuff and just kind of do that one. See how that works out, I guess. And that was it, like I didn't really expect anything other than to just maybe meet some people. And that's been the best thing about it was like, you look back at it and I'm thinking, I have had random one-on-one conversations about everything. Like I sent somebody like a video through Instagram once just to show how I like tie my shoes. Cause he's like, your shoes are tied weird in your videos. Like, how does that even work? It's like, I send him that. And then there's other people that, people pop in, like Corby was in here earlier from Australia talking about things. It's like, so all these people that I never would have ever met or had any reason to talk to, we can kind of relate on that. And it's like DB Kicks, right? Like he lives, I'm almost just down the street, but he's probably like 20, 30 minutes that way. And so who knows? Like last time I lived here, we could have both walked right past each other in a Foot Locker picking something up, right? But now it's like, if I see him, like I say, oh, I know this person. Like when time Drippy got over there, it's like, and I was walking through the store and I happened to see him. It's like, had it not been for this, he would have just been some big dude for no reason. Towering over everybody. So that's the thing that's cool is like to get out here, meet people, and the people that are worth talking to, and you can tell by the comments. I'll talk to them. We'll have we'll have some conversations about whatever.
Yeah, and that's what it was. I was like, okay, well, I got, like, okay, I like sneakers. They like sneakers. I got somebody to talk to about, because literally there's nobody here to talk to shoes about. Like, my kids are not, I'm like, hey, these are coming out on such a, he's like, okay, Mom, whatever. Like, all right. I'm like, hey, you want these? I'm like waking them up. Like, hey, these are coming out. You said you wanted a pair of ones. What do you think of these? He's like, oh, they're okay. I'm like, not sure where I went wrong with these children.
Yeah,
but it's like I literally took my kids to the store and was like, hey, y'all go pick out some shoes, right? So here goes my oldest. He's off looking at what he wants. And I'm like, yo, Donovan, I'm talking to my youngest. I'm like, hey, pick out a pair of shoes. He's like, I don't really need a new pair of shoes right now. I'm like,
and that's always like,
what?
I try to hold myself back when people say that. Like my friend Derek, you remember Derek Cheesy? Yeah. Like I said something, and he's like, "Yeah, those are pretty nice." Like, I'm like, "Well, you should go pick them up." It's like, I mean, I don't really need a new pair right now. It's like, can you ever not need a new?
Right.
Like, is that right? Real? Like,
right? I was 9 in the store, and I'm sitting here going.
But the thing
religious speech right there.
Yeah. And so my mom, she used to be like, she was the same way with wrestling. She's like, why do you watch wrestling? It seems weird. And then she went to WrestleMania and was completely sold.
Right.
And even with shoes, she because I bought her a few pairs of shoes over the years, she's got like the Win like 82s, the Bloodline ones, a handful of Air Maxes and Ultra Boosts, She's got a pretty nice variety, like, which I didn't realize until recently when she was like, I said something about my shoe rack. She's like, I need a shoe rack, Tristan. You should get me a shoe rack. And I'm like, and then for a second, I'm like, how many shoes? And I'm like, oh, you know what? That's valid. That is. And now,
I need a shoe rack.
And I remember she had the sneakers thing on her phone because, like, she had all of them because, like, when I would win raffles from Korea, she'd have to go pick them up. And I remember her, like, coming up to me and like, oh, hey, look, like, I can get my own Cortezes made, Tristan. I'm going to do that. Like, who are you now?
Right. Like,
who have you turned into?
Did you get bored one day and you started looking at this and then you're like, oh,
and like,
okay.
And when some green and black Air Max 95s came out in 2018, just the general release, and she saw those. She's like, these are them, Tristan. Like, I've been waiting on these for 20 years. I'm like, oh. It's like, I'm getting these right now. Hold on a second. I'm like, all right, I'll just stand here and wait. I guess the movie will start when we get there, apparently.
Yeah, I don't know. Nobody's really gotten into it. Like, nobody in my family's into sneakers like that. Like, now I have, like, my cousin, he actually just moved back to Arizona. But, like, that's how I ended up with I don't know if you saw it, I'm wrestling off that 10.5 Royal Toe.
Yeah.
I was on the day that they dropped, and he wanted them. So I was trying to get them for him. And he ended up winning a pair, but we couldn't contact each other. So I couldn't cancel in that 30-minute thing. And I was like, I'm just going to hold on to them. And I was like, oh, okay, because I can't do anything with them. Like, I got my son a pair, my oldest a pair, but that 10.5 is not going to do anything for that man, that boy, that young man. I don't even know what to call him anymore. It's turned into a giant, but he's 11.5. So, and he already had a pair. So I was like, and then you can't swap them out and get a size 4. Like, if you resell, I was like, forget it. Somebody, I guess it works out, the raffle thing, I guess. Better than the reselling thing, but somebody gets a shoe for $20. But
right. And that's the thing that kind of sucks. It's like, I tell myself, like, I could get more stuff so that if something comes along that I miss out, I can trade. But you got to find, like, the right place to trade, because
right.
I mean, sure, there's like, you can try to work something out through Facebook or something, I guess, but I have some weird issues about that, because it's like just random people to me.
I'm kind of like not.
Again, I get a portion of my life is built around random people, but it's different. So So like if I knew there was a shop and like they were using like roughly StockX prices or something, and I walked in there and I was like, hey, this pair of 13s is going for about the same price as those pair of 12s. Can we maybe just do like an exact trade? Like just kind of do this one for one?
Right.
And they're like, yeah, cool. That would make sense to me.
Right.
But it's like the way it is, like some people have that option, they do, but some people don't. And maybe there's something out there, but you'd have to find it, and then people are gonna want to kind of lowball you and like, nah, those are we can only give you 45 for those. It's like what?
Right.
So the size 9 Concord 11 that has been born, $45 is what you're saying? Like, yeah, the market fluctuates. Like, no,
Not like that.
You know, like this is
Right, and that's the other thing. Even with like having shoes or trying to do it, like for me, it's already just work. Period. But then trying to be a woman and doing it, it's like people are gonna think you don't know what you're talking about already. This is probably like one of her dude shoes or something, and I'd be like, no, okay, I'm gonna let you know. I got a whole YouTube channel. Okay, I got a whole IG. So I'm gonna let you go over there, and then I'm gonna let you come back with offers.
like
then give me your offer.
Like
you gotta pull that weight on them.
More shoes in this than in the store.
Right. I'm like, yeah, no. Like listen here, could freaking literally have a store with size 6 shoes. Okay,
right.
No.
That's what I liked when I was again, like after I've been shopping at the mall in El Paso for a while, you know, the people start to know you. At first, you walk in and like, hey, how you doing? Can we help you find something? Over time, it becomes, hey, what's going on? We got those foams you liked. It's like, oh, really? Hey, we got your size. I can bring them out. You want to try them on? It's like, you know, I'm weak right now.
Right.
Anything in a while. I'm coming here.
I literally went to
finger.
DLR and did not buy a shoe, and I stayed there 2 hours. We were just talking, like literally. Like it became like it was almost like a hangout spot. I was like, I should just work here. Yeah. Like I'm spending so much time here, and we just talk. I should work. I should get paid for being here. Like I'm standing here talking to you for 2 hours.
Man, like you're in there, like. Because there are times when, like, you know that you're not buying anything, period, right? You're like, right. I just bought this. This thing hasn't even arrived. Something's coming out, like, in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm here because I'm in a mall, and that means part of being in a mall is going to the shoe stores.
Right.
And you go in there, and you see everything is the same, but you still somehow spend an hour just talking about whatever.
Yeah.
And then you start to leave. And then an hour later, you're like, all right, oh shoot, wait, I got to get to this thing by 6. All right, I got to
go. Or you see that one little gate start coming down because it's getting ready to close, and you're like,
thanks.
Dang, I've been in here that long. I only came in here for socks.
Right.
It's like those how they don't have windows, so you can't see what
right.
It's like.
Wait, how'd I leave out here with these 5 t-shirts?
Right.
Was it like Vegas? Like I think I was in a mall there, and it's like you guys got like this fake sunlight thing going on at the top here to make me think it's always noon. Like
right.
always forever.
You're like, what time is it? I'm like, no, that doesn't work for me, good buddy. Man, like, yeah, you can stay in the casino all the time because they don't have any windows. I said, no. Okay? Oh, I've been up too long, okay? I'm tired. I'm ready to go sleep.
That's my dad. That was my dad.
Yeah. I went with my grandparents.
10 rats in one night.
I will drive now. We can all go, but not in the same car.
Yeah, you got to set like a hard limit. You got to set a watch. You got to be like, okay, timer, hour.
I already know, like, I can't even spend $40 in a casino, okay? I get tired. I'm like, I can't do that. This is not fun. It's just not fun for me. But
I wait for that free play to kick in.
I be sitting there going, this is $40 on another pair of shoes. Huh? You mean to tell me you want me to give you this and you're not gonna guarantee me nothing? But I can go put this 40 on some shoes and I'm gonna get some shoes.
And I had a long layover at the Las Vegas airport when I think I was coming back from California or something. And I was like, you know what? Let me jump on one of these slot machines. I'm not going to play anything complicated because I don't know casino stuff. Like I'm just like, all I have to do is click the button, and if enough stuff happens, I get something out of it. That's
Right.
what I know. And so I did that, and in the end, I ended up walking out with like $6 or something. I was like, okay, I just won $6. And I'm just gonna spend it all on a bottle of water and a Snickers right now. Because I'm in the airport and that's how much it's gonna cost.
I don't get it. My grandparents like do the lottery, the daily lottery, and like here it comes out twice a day, every day, and they literally go twice a day, every day, and they go to the casino, and I'm just like, and then like now, like I'll go to the store for them to play their lottery, and she's like, here, put this 50 cents on your number, and I'm like, I don't want to play a lottery. It's not gonna come out. I'm gonna take this 50 cents and I'm gonna add it to my sneaker fund. Grandma, you gonna do this every day? This gonna pile up, all right. But
so later when you tell her like this came out to $190.50, and you know who 50 cents I used?
right. But I mean, they literally go every day, twice a day, and like they both play the lottery. They both go to the casino. I'm like, I don't get it.
I bought a lottery ticket like one time in high school because like when I turned 18, I was like, oh, I can buy lottery tickets now. And I went into the gas station, like, one lottery ticket, please. I'm like, which one? I'm like, What is that?
No, you got questions. You got questions.
Like, when I'm looking at them, I'm like, this one looks good.
Give me a quick pick.
Scratch off? I can do a scratch off. Now that is like, I don't know. For some reason, I like the crossword ones, but I like, like crossword puzzles, just period. Like I do word search. Yeah. Like I have it on my phone. Like they just, I don't know. Ever since I was young, I've always liked to do them. So I'll do a scratch off like that just because it's mind work. It just, it's like it's simple, but I like doing them. And whether I win or lose, I just kind of like scratching them off and finding the letters. It's weird, but I'm just like, my dad's like, it'd just be out of the blue one day. I'm like, yeah, let me get 2 of those for $5 a piece, and they'll be like, it's like I'm bored. I need something to do.
Yeah.
Like, I thought you don't like gambling. I'm like, I don't consider this gambling. I just consider it keeping some time, but, just a little busy time.
It's like when you buy
5 years old. 5 years old, my dad handed me some scratch. I'll say, here, scratch these for me.
Yeah, but that whole thing, they got like a process though. Like, it's like, I dreamt about this last night. So then you got to go to these books. They got like the wise men, the 3 wise men and the devil. And then they go in there and they look up the dream. And then there's like numbers next to the dream. And then like there's certain numbers that they play every day. Those are their like standards. But then like depending upon whatever the dream was, and then this and that, I'm like, all right. I tried it one time. I did try it once. And the little method I used, like for some reason I was okay. For some reason I was at work. And then like I'm telling you, okay, don't laugh because weird stuff like this happens. And like I had this uncle who passed about, it's probably been like 15 some years like that or whatever. And then like I was just sitting at my desk and all of a sudden I literally could smell his cologne. Like there are no men in our office. So it was the weirdest crap ever. And I'm like,
no. That ain't weird.
Here we go again. All right. So like, I was like, I called my grandma. I'm like, what year was he born? What year did he die? I took his name and I did these numbers or whatever. And like, literally the one that I didn't play is the one that fell. It's the creepiest crap ever to me. But I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that anymore. But you think about it, but I'm like, that was probably just some random happenings. And it seemed like it was connected, but it probably really wasn't. It was just me freaking out. But I have no idea. Like, I haven't smelled that cologne in years. You understand? And for him to just pop in my head as soon as I smelled it, it was like, it was crazy. It was weird.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was weird. It was very weird. But yeah, it happens sometimes. I do got to admit, sometimes I get weird things that happen or people that pop up in a dream or something. And it's like,
like I've had dreams where like it seems so real because it's like something that would happen, and then I wake up and I'm like, oh man, I need to do. Wait, do I really need to do?
Right.
Then I have to think. It's like, is that a thing I need to do? Like,
was I dreaming? Was that real?
Like it's
Oh man.
yeah. I'm just like, I don't know where to go from here.
Yeah, I'd be sitting there going, I don't want none of these old people to tell me, yes, it's a gift. I'd be like, don't tell me nothing. It was just a coincidence. Don't tell me anything. I don't want to hear it.
Now my grandmother said, she said you had the devil riding you. That's why you couldn't move. I said, you know what? I ain't about to play with y'all no more. I can't move. I can see everything. Nobody can hear me. Like, you know what? I got a roll.
Man, that whole superstition thing, I'd be like, I don't even mess with it no more. I just be like,
my great grandmother had passed away. I was like, you know what? I'm gone. I got a roll.
Yep, nope. I don't mess around with it no more. I'd be like, don't nobody come talking to me. Don't come to my dream. I'm new. Okay, listen, I'll be on some stuff soon. Y'all keep doing this mess, all right? But yeah, I was tripping for a while off of that though. Like when I was like, I'm like, is somebody? I stood up at work. I'm like, is somebody wearing cologne? They're looking at me like, why would anybody wear cologne? Like,
and then when like even times when somebody will like come to mind or whatever, and then that person you happen to see them, like maybe you get on Instagram, like they have to be the first person you see on there. It's like,
right.
This is the first like. This is now. I don't even want to be on here now. It's like, why is this happening? Like, you put your mind in a weird place. You're just like, there's some weird stuff going on. Or you think about something, and then all of a sudden, you're thinking about like you wake up in the morning, and for some reason, like you think about like, you know what? Maybe Mexican sounds decent. And then like you're hanging out with some friends, and then all of a sudden they're like, huh, well, looks like this place is closed, but the Mexican place is open. It's like,
right, you're like,
right.
Like, I don't know. It got weird. It's happening out.
That's crazy. Yeah, but no, I think, I'm not sure, like, what, I don't know if you guys ever heard of it. Like, this is this whole COVID thing, I'm sure, because I don't think I ever would have sat down and just look through a site like this for anything. And you ever look at a shoe and you see it and you're just like, I wasn't even looking at the names for anything. I'm like, oh, this is a nice shoe. I found the shoe, and it's called, the brand is Hummel, Hummel. I had to look it up because I was like, well, I'm gonna at least need to know a little bit about what I'm buying, because I like this shoe. Like, I want this shoe. It reminded me of, like, I like New Balance, but then it's like, it's something about the style. I don't know if it's missing or it's adding to, but this one was like perfect. It reminds me of a New Balance, but it's a Danish sportswear company.
That sounds so weird. It's really...
I don't know, but I'm loving this shoe. Okay, it's on the way, and I am in love with this shoe. You understand? And I was reading on it, and I'm like, wait a minute, and I'm like, oh shoot, I just bought this shoe. It's got chinchilla fur on it. I'm about to be killing it with the chinchilla fur. And I was like, wait a minute, a rat here on my shoe.
Oh man.
I don't know, but it's a nice shoe. Like, when it comes, I'm gonna do a review on it just because. But like I've never seen anybody do a review on it, and I'm like, it's a freaking Danish sportswear company. So,
and that's the thing.
But it's like it's been around for a long time. Like, is it like 1940 something? That was like a while ago. I'm like 1940. Like, some of these numbers be throwing me off too. So I'd be like, I don't know. But I don't know. I just like the shoe. I like the colorway. I like the shoe. It was just like I said, like when you see a shoe like a 95 and the colorway just hits you, and the shoe and the style is just there. Yeah. I just bought this random ass shoe.
And that's, I mean, I think we've all been there at one point where like you see something and I mean, it might be like weird brand. It might be a brand but like just a model you've never seen before. You know,
Right.
like
What the hell is
for me,
this?
that was me with like that React Vision. I was like, I don't know anything about this, but I feel like I want it, and it dropped in price. So let's see what this is
The other
about.
thing, it was on sale too. What's up, Kicks for Fresh?
What's good, Kicks?
Yeah, I saw it and I was just like, I like this shoe. It was Hummel. Yeah, you got it. Hummel. I'd never heard of it. I think I was on, what's that app? Foot something.
Because I know I've looked through.
Yep.
Not Foot Patrol.
It might have been Foot Patrol.
Because yeah, I'll see stuff sometimes, and it's just you just find yourself rolling through things like for no reason. It's like
Yeah.
there's probably something I should be doing right now, but I'll tell myself things like, you know what? I'm gonna scroll through and I'm gonna I'll look at the next 10 shoes and I'll stop there, and if nothing catches my attention, I'll do something productive. And then
100 shoes in, you're like,
yeah, like, next thing you know, you're on some random site from Italy. You're like, huh, what is 100 euros right now?
right. That's what happened. That is exactly what happened. And I was like,
But
I said, look, somebody, NCO4 said Hummel actually makes decent quality shoes.
Yeah, so yeah, because I'd have to look it up, but maybe I feel like I might have seen the word somewhere, or maybe like what's the brand?
Yeah, like it's a big deal. It looked like when I started looking it up, and I was like, oh, okay.
That might be that country's New Balance.
Right. Possibly. I just saw the shoe and I was intrigued and I was like, well, it's a good price. I'm gonna buy the shoe. I like it.
It's like something like you research it and it's like all the same brand as somebody else. They just market it differently somewhere.
Right.
It's like, oh yeah, like in America, it's like imagine Hardee's, but over here we're just gonna call it Carl Jr.
Carl Jr.'s.
Wait a second.
Right. And then I'm like, it's got chinchilla fur. I don't know what.
Like, yeah. We got Rallies, but we got
the whole chinchilla fur thing threw me off. I was like, getting it.
We got Rallies and they got Checkers. Like two totally different brands.
Man, I am all about some Checkers. But like when I was in 8th grade and they built a Checkers, it was the only one in Davenport, back in Iowa. And it was on the way home. We used to go there all the time.
Mm-mm. No way. No. When they had the whole Rallies thing going, I will never forget. I was in 5th grade and I was in private school. We used to do Student of the Month, right? And there was one right by the school. So Student of the Month, they would take those kids and we would get to go to Rallies and get lunch for the day. I got sick. I never ate it again. Ever. And people were like, oh yeah, Rallies and Checkers is the same thing. I was like, I won't be eating Checkers. Won't be eating it. And then like, you gotta try it. And I tried it.
But they market it.
Okay.
When I met, they like market to both of them. They were like, we had Rallies and we had Checker commercials at that time. I was like, they're the same restaurant. Why are we having two different commercials?
Yeah, that's
because New Orleans we had Rallies, Baton Rouge had Checkers, but I'm like, it's the same damn restaurant.
Yeah, because there were things like that I didn't really notice at first until moving around. Because even like out here, there is Rallies. Well, I haven't seen one since I've been back. I know that they are somewhere in the area, but then back over there, that's what they had was Checkers. And
we used to have Rallies. We don't. We have Checkers. I'm like, I just kind of thought the company got bought out and they just changed the name or something. So.
And the thing I don't like is like, past that and like that weird confusion is when you see people like adding all this crazy stuff in their menu. Like,
yeah.
When I went to Carl's Jr., because like back in New Mexico, that's what they had. And I go through the drive-thru looking for like normal things, and there's like you got hot dogs and burritos, and I'm like, what is this? Like,
is Carl's Jr. like? Is that Hardee's though?
Yeah, that's Hardee's.
Okay.
Which is why it was weird that they had burritos and hot dogs. It's like there's a Del Taco across the street. You leave that to them because they've got that under control. What you need to make is burgers and fish sandwiches.
Yeah, the other day I was really confused. I went to KFC and I was trying to look at the menu, but I was so thrown off and I couldn't figure out why my brain wasn't comprehending the fact that one of the sides were fries. And I was like regular fries though, not like the potato wedges like they have. They were like, no, they weren't potato wedges. They were fries.
No, they took them off. They took them away.
See, I don't know. No,
Yeah,
they can't sell regular fries. They have to sell potato wedges.
No,
because McDonald's sells regular fries.
No, I can tell you what happened. KFC, Taco Bell, KFC, Pizza Hut, all owned by the same company.
Right.
Taco Bell started doing those fries. So
still weird.
Consolidated and compensate for a lot of things. They took the wedges away and gave them those fries. So that's how that happened. They took Taco Bell, gave KFC those fries.
So basically, they got nacho fries without nachos.
Yeah, basically.
Oh man, that's too much, right? Like when what was it? Burger King started selling tacos.
Yep.
But I had to have one. I had to know what it was like. I'm like, what is this? And I looked at it. It's literally a pre-made taco. And I was like, I just looked at it and I was like, yeah, this ain't happening. And I just tossed it out. Like,
and that's how I
feel. You're a brave soul.
Not to be, take this the wrong way or whatever, but like that's how I felt like again when I was in Korea and people were like, oh, we should try this place. It's like I would see these Mexican places, but like it's run by like Korean people. I'm like, I mean, I can make a taco, sure, but like, and I'm not Mexican, but like, I still feel weird about buying it from here. Like it's just
don't feel bad because listen, for some reason, our church's chicken has now been taken over by Mediterranean, like it's like Arabic people that are making my fried chicken, and I just fried chicken, and no, like I feel like, and I know this is probably being really biased, but I feel like there should be black people in churches. Like, white people can be in KFC because that's different, but like church's chicken, Popeyes, that's all. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe it's because it's a Detroit thing, and I've grown up and I've been in that churches, and I've never seen anything but black people in their churches. And now that it's weird. I mean, you know what? I'm not even going to worry about it. You want to know why? They have a front door. I mean, like your front door at your house. Okay, they have a front door with a knob. Okay, it's white. There's a front door. Listen, damn it. It has a door frame. I don't know. Somebody must have ran into it or something happened.
I'm gonna need you to post that.
You know what? I'm gonna go by there tomorrow. And I'm gonna take a picture.
I'm gonna need you to post that.
It's for press that I don't know. I'm not sure what because I kind of lost track of some of it. Something spicy.
She's talking about the Arabic KFC. I mean, Arabic churches.
Oh, the churches.
But, like for me, like
I mean,
when I was
Arabics in my area, they all of them own Brothers Chicken around here, so that's what they cook. Brothers Chicken is all Arabic chicken. So
see, like I mean, I don't really get all into this too deep, but like I remember when I was younger, and they had built a Popeyes, because Davenport was moving up in the world. And we went over there, and I remember just my family, they got the little bucket of chicken or a sword, whatever it was, and I had a piece of it, spiciest thing I'd ever had, and I don't like spicy foods, and I was just like, this is terrible. And I remember the name Popeyes, it was etched into my brain from that moment forward, and for years I refused to go anywhere near. I was like, nope. Not going there. They have spicy chicken. And I completely wrote it off. It was years and years and years later when I I came to the realization that they have options. Like it's not all
Right.
but yeah, so and I look back at it like later as I was, and this wasn't that long ago, you know, it was like, and as far as like as overall and whatever, and I was thinking, so you know what, they probably said that, like there was spicy and there was not spicy, and I'm sure I wasn't trying to hear any of that because you know I was like, so I wasn't trying to listen to anybody. I was just hungry. I was like, whatever, man, I'm eating my chicken. It's like,
right. I'm with you on that one. Like you know what? I've become more open to spicy foods. Not like, okay, I'm going to order my Thai food medium spicy. No, not that. But like some spice is okay. Like I found myself like kind of liking red hot sauce on some things. And I was like, oh, okay. And, you know, like then I felt like a stereotype when I realized I like it on chicken. Okay. When did this happen? So I don't know. I kind of got into it a little bit, but I can't take like heat though. Like I can take, as long as I can taste the flavor, a little heat is okay. But like you start popping sweat bullets, I can't. I'll be good. I'm good.
Yeah, because like when I see
There are
people,
levels to that.
yeah, when I see people that are just looking for the hottest thing they can possibly have, it's like, wait a second. Like I remember like last time I lived here, a guy came in because he had a garden and he would grow little peppers and stuff, like different kinds just to test them out or whatever. He comes in, it's like, and everybody was trying those. Oh man, that's hot. Wow, yeah, don't touch your eyes. Oh wow. He's like, hey, you want to try these? So like, it's probably like the third hottest pepper. I'm like, no.
Right.
Like, not at all. I have no desire to have any of that. Like, again, if you want to bring in some bite-sized Snickers, okay, we can see eye to eye. But right now, you're trying to get me to kill myself, and I'm not okay with that.
Right. That I just never understood people's fascination with just I can't feel my face hot.
Yeah, it's like that is not my idea.
Well,
I literally had grown men at my house one year drinking milk during the Super Bowl because they thought that they could handle. I'm like, listen, I can make some wings hot enough to where you won't be able to eat them. I'm like, they're not even putting their face over the plate. I'm like, I don't even know why you're eating that.
What's the point of making food that you don't want to eat?
I know.
Yeah,
like I was like, no, you realize y'all sitting here watching the Super Bowl and drinking milk. Y'all, you don't see a problem with that? And you're still over there huffing. like,
are you making it? Are you making it just to be hot, or are you making it to be flavorful? Like
there's that we were literally making. No, those were making like, because they were like, oh no, I can eat any hot wing that you cook, and I was like, no, you can't. You don't even know what's in this kitchen, so no, you can't. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. I think I must have gotten it from my grandmother or something, because like I have peppers hanging.
Your grandmother's from the South, ain't she?
Yeah. But I never really liked hot food, but I always had peppers. Like it still gave my food flavor, but I didn't use it to where things were hot. But then that's when I realized, like, there's a lot of stuff in this kitchen I have just because. Like, I'm like, I gotta get out of this. Like, I don't know. I think I kind of like the whole spice thing. It's just overwhelming, like in my house, and I just for anything. I'm like, I don't even cook with turmeric, but I got it.
But you got it.
I got it, and I mean like some organic in a bottle this big turmeric, like the good stuff. I'm like, why I spend this money on this turmeric? Like, what am I gonna do with this? So I'll find something to put it in, I guess.
Yeah, you'll find a use for it someday.
There's like a whole side debate going on here in the chat about like bone or no bone for the chicken.
First off, there is no such thing as boneless chicken wings. Okay, that is chicken breast that has been gut up, and that's it. There's no boneless chicken wing.
Hold up. I see Kicks for Fresh got cane sauce, Raisin Canes. Let me see. Me and my Kicks, bone without bone. Oh yeah, they got a whole debate going on here.
I don't like.
Yeah, you see that?
Period. I don't like the fact that they cook their chicken and then dip your food in sauce. Like, I like mine to be cooked onto my food. Even when I do it at home, I make, I like fry my wings up or whatever, and then I put the sauce on them, and then I put them in the oven.
Yeah.
But like Buffalo Wild Wings does this whole, I think like put them in a, I don't even know what they cook them in, like they're like oven baked. They're not even fried or something. I don't know. It's weird.
Well,
and it's like they just spin them in the sauce, and you're like, this isn't even on the chicken.
Buffalo Wild Wings is trash to me. Personally, that's trash.
You know what? They didn't used to be. When I was in college, they had one. Like, that was the first time I'd ever heard of them, really. And they were really great when I was in college. But as they got older, it's like, I'm like, there's not even meat on this chicken. This is just skin. Like, how did y'all cook this?
I want to say around 2005-ish. That was around, 2006. Yeah, 2006. Like, I had Buffalo Wild Wings, and like, it's trash. It's like the most basic chicken you could ever have in your life.
Yep. I don't know. I'm just like, you know what? I'm good on that. I'm just gonna go to my grandma's house.
Well,
that's chicken at.
I didn't realize how good Popeyes was here until I left out of state and had it somewhere else. That's why I was like, oh my God. If Popeyes anywhere else is trash to me. Except Florida, Mississippi, and down here in Louisiana, that's the only good Popeyes we had.
Guess what? I went literally 15 minutes from my house to a Popeyes. I'll never go there again. It was in the suburbs. I was like, no, back to the ghetto I go. I can't. I was like, and then I thought it was just me at first. My grandfather called like, don't ever go to that Popeyes again. I was like, so it wasn't just me. Okay. I thought maybe.
No, it really was different because I'm like, when I was staying in Georgia for a while, I went to Popeyes. I was like, I want this. And I was like, this is not spicy. Like, I like spicy food for the most part. I'm like, this ain't spicy chicken. And they're like, yes, it is. I'm like, no, I need this hotter. Like, y'all not making this right.
He said, y'all not making this right.
I'm like, I'm from New Orleans, where Popeyes came from. I know how it's supposed to taste.
Like, this ain't it. But you know what? I didn't like KFC in Kentucky. I was just like, why do y'all have I was like, they got a whole freaking buffet. Like, there's a buffet in KFC. But okay. But I was like,
here too.
It wasn't, I don't know. But I've been off of KFC for a long time. I just don't like KFC though. So
yeah, we got a buffet Popeyes and we got a buffet KFC down here.
It sounds nice.
I know.
We used to have a Super Popeyes. They sold steaks.
What's a Super Popeyes?
Yeah, Super Popeyes. You familiar with the restaurant Copeland's? Okay. Let me see.
That was a solid no. It's like,
I'm trying to think of a restaurant that I could correlate this with. Cheesecake Factory is probably the best restaurant I can think about right now. Okay, picture Popeyes and the Cheesecake Factory mixed and blended into one. And bam, you got a Super Popeyes.
So it's it's not like a fast food, it's a step up.
It was upscale.
Sit down and have a waiter?
No, you order steak, order at the counter. They bring you food, and you get steaks, you get burgers, you get chicken, you get fried. Like, you get everything Popeyes.
Plus more.
Yeah. I'm
saying everyone's Super Popeyes.
I understand your process right now.
That's a lot to
take in, isn't it? Yeah.
I understand.
It's like he is
right now. Like,
it's like he just stopped everything. It's like, wait a second.
Right.
It's like I need something better.
It's like, here I am. Yeah, maybe 5-something years from having just realized that Popeyes isn't all spicy chicken. Now there's a Super Popeyes.
It doesn't exist no more. It doesn't exist.
Oh.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. They converted into the restaurant I told you, Copeland. So that's all it is now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, that was the experience.
Weird walking into Popeye saying, "Let me get a burger."
Is that restaurant?
Let me get a steak. Let me
Right.
get a New York strip.
Is the restaurant that it turned into? Is it pretty good still, or what?
Yeah, it's still good. It's still all right. I mean, you know, since the old owner died, like nothing's really the same.
Ah, got you. One of those situations.
Yeah, like standards change, practice change, all that other stuff. Like Popeyes is owned by a Canadian company now.
A Canadian company?
Yes. Some company in Canada. I don't know who they are, but yeah, that's who owns Popeyes now.
Okay.
And they're stationed in Florida or Atlanta, one of them places. They're stationed down there somewhere.
Huh. Man, that's
like, yeah,
a whole nother country. Like,
yeah, really.
Country and you all stationed it here. Like you taking a southern food and like it's crazy.
Oh yeah, I remember Ponderosa.
I forgot.
I see somebody say something. That was you talking about Bojangles, huh?
I don't think I could ever. There's a restaurant around here called, and I just don't. I don't feel like that's anywhere I want to eat. I just
Ponderosa?
No, Bojangles. Like I don't want to tell anybody that's where I'm going. Like where you want to eat? Bojangles.
Bojangles.
No.
Zaxby's.
I mean, so like a friend of mine, because he was from Charlotte, or at least the area. So he was always talking about Bojangles, right? So I was just curious if other people feel that it's great too. Or
somebody said the chicken ain't good if it ain't got a bulletproof glass in front of it.
Right. And that's pretty much what happened with the Popeyes, okay?
Yep.
Like I'm trying to remember Like I remember hearing the name.
It's a buffet place, like it's not even a buffet place. I mean, it can be like they have the salad bar thing or whatever, but then like a Ram's Horn or
sounds like a Shoney's.
Like you can order food, like you ever order
food
from somewhere and then they give you a little number or whatever, and you go sit down and then they bring it to your table or whatever. Mm-hmm. It's like I'm trying to think what else it would be like. Ram's Horn, Ponderosa. I don't know. They've pretty much the restaurants like that have pretty much been phased out. I don't know because it's not a buffet. What's the other one? Almost like a Big Boys. You got Big Boys?
No, we have Big
Boys.
I remember Ryan's though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Ryan.
Yeah, like a Ryan's.
Wait, is Ryan still around, or is that, or no?
It's probably somewhere in the U.S.
Maybe.
And Old Country Buffet. So yeah, I remember that too. My mom was a big Cracker Barrel fan, apparently. I'm not Cracker Barrel, Golden Corral. Learned that this weekend, and I wanted to say something to her, like wanted to sit her down and talk to her and tell her, like that's not the way.
Stop.
Right. We were with friends and stuff, and I was like, I'll let you have this wrong life decision you're making for now, but we're gonna come back to this.
Oh. The buffet. Oh my God.
I mean, now
buffets. Like, not like those. And the kids are the same height as the table, and then the sneeze guards don't come down to where the kids are. So they're. And this is way before COVID. I had an issue. They'd be like, "Let's go to Old Country, but let's go to Golden Corral." I'm gonna eat in the car and then I'm coming in and sit with y'all. I don't want it unless it's coming out the ice cream machine because the kids can't touch it. And even then, I'm gonna let it run a little bit. I'm gonna let it sit.
Yeah, let it run out.
I'm gonna get mine.
Man, I never really thought about that, but it is. I can see that definitely is a problem but really, I think lately. I can't remember the last time I went to a buffet that wasn't a Chinese buffet. But given the way the Chinese buffet menus are now, it's not really just a Chinese buffet.
Yeah.
It's like you go in there and you're like, I want some shrimp lo mein, I want a piece of pizza, I want fried rice, and I want some macaroni and cheese. It's like,
yep. We started catering to. I guess I don't know if it started out catering to kids that didn't really.
It's catered to people who are hungry. If you want food, go to a Chinese buffet, and they will have something you want.
Oh yeah, that's true too. I don't know how buffets are going to be able to still be in business after COVID. Like,
yeah. So I mean, but it's cool. I mean, as long as I still got like Cracker Barrel, I guess I should be all right.
Yeah, I like Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, Cracker Barrel is awesome.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I remember we went there. It was like me and like two friends of mine, and the waitress. She's like, "Okay, do you want cornbread or biscuits?" And before like me or this other person could say biscuits, like the other person is like, I guess cornbread might be okay. I'm like, no, you don't. You get the biscuit. It's like I didn't know. I've never been here. It's like. Don't talk to the waitress anymore.
Right, you're right. You don't get to say anything.
That's like taking somebody. That's like somebody who always goes to Waffle House and you take them to Cracker Barrel for the first time. That's hilarious.
Man, when I lived in Georgia, like Waffle House was like a regular thing because they had so many of them. Maybe it's like that in a lot of places. I don't know.
Not here. Like we don't even have one.
Oh,
we don't have Waffle House here.
Y'all have IHOPs, huh?
Yeah, we got IHOP. Still not the same thing as a Waffle House.
Do you have Huddle House? Because in some parts of South Carolina, they have Huddle House and not Waffle House.
We don't have that either. Oh. Nope. If I get anything like a Waffle House, I got to cross the Ohio border.
Okay.
And yes, I have actually driven to Ohio just to go to the Waffle House.
I mean,
ain't no shame.
I'll be like, Ma, you want to go to the Waffle House? I'll drive. And she's like, all right. Because, I mean, like, Ohio's maybe like, Toledo's like maybe a 45-minute drive.
Mm-hmm. But
I drive to work. So, it's not.
With that.
But I can see that because, like, you drive there, you're kind of looking forward to it. And then, like, you got the drive back to kind of let it all settle.
Right. You might hit a mall or something while you're out that way, a couple stores. Back. I went to get the what is the name of that Jordan one? The white and yellow ones with the UPC on the back.
The one that looked like a barcode.
International flight.
Barcode?
Was international flight or something like that?
Something like that. It wasn't international. It was something like that. But yeah, that shoe. I won the raffle in Ohio. So my mom and I went down and were like, "Hey, you want to go pick up this shoe with me?" I was like, we can make it, make a little morning of it. We'll go to the Waffle House, we'll pick up my shoe, we'll come back. And that's literally what we did. Like,
I don't see a problem with that.
Like some malls here take me 45 minutes to get to. So it's like, what's the difference? If I'm going to drive within the state and happen to cross the state border, I'm really super close to it being in Detroit.
Yeah, if you're that close, that close don't make a difference.
Yeah, especially when there's a Waffle House trip possibly involved.
Yeah, buddy. And people are like,
it's like I can drive this way and do only the mall, or I can drive this way.
Get some breakfast and the mall.
Yeah. You can get whatever you want, anytime you want it.
Anytime. Like, I don't understand.
Man, that was one of the things that, like, because not everywhere. I got really comfortable with certain things that America offers, and 24-hour eating is one of them. That outside of this country is just unheard of. It's like it gets late and you're like, oh, well, what's open? It's like nothing. It's late. It's like, what do you mean nothing? Like literally nothing would be open. Like,
really?
Man, yeah, I was like, this is.
I thought Korea had a few places that used to stay open.
So I mean, in some places you can find those little what do you call it? Like the things where like they've got like the lamb or something and like people carve off.
Oh yeah, like the gyro.
Yeah, stuff like that. you can find food, but you won't really find like a restaurant. So like if you're with like a group of people and you're trying to go sit down somewhere and talk about whatever you just finished doing, but before you all go your separate ways and go home, nah, that was not happening. Nope.
There is nowhere to go after pull up at home. Okay.
It's like you can, like the bar. It's like you can go to a different bar. Like that's
right.
You know, and then you can get you some street chicken or something or whatever the people are selling. But
I sleep on that gas station chicken.
So there's a place up in Newport News, right, which is apparently to some of my friends like famous for their chicken, and it's like I didn't think anything of it till another friend in our little group was like, I don't want to get chicken from the place that sells me gas, and it's like he's got a point. Like,
right.
It's
it's crazy though because like part of like our areas, like we have little areas of where people live. So like we got Southwest Detroit, that's where all the Hispanic people are. And then like you got Dearborn, that's where all the Arabic people are, Chaldeans, they're over there. Like it's kind of sectioned off. It's kind of weird. Like it's weird. But like I'm not far from either one of those. So like there's a gas station that has this Mexican restaurant in it called Consuelos. Like that's the original one right there with the gas station in it. Yeah. But they do have standalones that are out further, like in the suburbs. But I've been to those and I literally prefer the one in the gas station where like I have to point to what I want because I don't speak Spanish and they're not really comprehending my English. So I'm kind of like,
where was I feel like I was somewhere like that where there's multiple of the restaurant, but like there's the good one that everybody knows is the good one.
Right.
If you look them up or if you just drove past and you didn't know, you would think that the other one was the good one because visually it's
right. Yep, and that's exactly what it is. Yep.
I can't think of what it was though, but yeah, it's one of those things you encounter that sometimes, and it's like, no, that's not the one to go to. Definitely not.
Like, wait, this gas station one got 4 stars, and the one up the street got 2. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't. They don't.
You look at it, it's like it's recent reviews. Somebody was here last week and loved it. It's like, looks like there's an axe murderer in here, though.
It's funny though, because they give you like this little ticket, and then you actually have to take it to the gas station counter to check out, cash out. Yeah, so I'm like,
hey, that's how like here, I don't know. They seem to be in a lot more places than I thought. At least a lot more places than when I last was around here. But there's Wawa. It's a gas station, but they sell good sandwiches in there. And as you go in, you kind of fill it out on the computer. You know, pick your options, pick what you want, size, and all that stuff. And then it prints out a ticket. They start making it, but you got to go to the actual register to pay for it. But yeah, like now I see why. Because people used to always talk about going there and getting sandwiches, but I didn't do it until recently because it's on the way home from where a couple of my friends live. And I was like, you know what? Let me go try this Wawa thing that everybody's talking about. It's cheap. I don't think they close. So like that's a plus.
Yeah, I don't know. That's like a super huge gas station, right?
Yeah.
They had that in Florida too or somewhere over. I've seen it.
Apparently they seem to be fairly common now. I don't know if they
have stuff like that here.
Y'all have racetracks where y'all at, huh?
Huh?
Y'all have racetrack gas stations?
No, we don't have that stuff.
When I was in Georgia, they had racetracks. I haven't seen any here, but
I think that's the equivalent of a Wawa.
Oh. Unless you go like nowhere near the city has gas stations like that. Mm-hmm. No, you'd be out like to the point of where they put the big things up where the truckers drive by.
Yeah, like a pilot or something like that.
Yeah, we have those, but those are further out. Like there's nowhere close I could go to get to one of those.
And
it's out in Toledo. Like if I found one, I would just out in Toledo. So yeah, we don't have those here. We have gas stations that have like stuff in them, but like every now and then you'll catch one that may have a Subway in it or something. But
Right.
for the most part, nope, it's just junk.
Yeah, I see a lot of like Dairy Queen and something else. It's a combination. Can't think of what it is. Like in gas stations, we'll be like, man, I can't think of what it is, but something that's often there with like a Dairy Queen. So,
there was a gas station like probably about 3 hours away from here. You would have thought it was a mall, like how it was set up. Like a Cinnabon restaurant in there, and some like it was like 3 restaurants in one gas station.
Yeah, I saw that when I was out of town too, and I was like, how y'all out here competing for like one? Like I never understood that.
I was like, this is awesome.
Yeah,
they had the option, as a customer, but then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get a cinnamon from over here, then I'm gonna go get burger from over here, and then I'm gonna get fries from this one.
You know, and I remember people used to do stuff like that when I lived in South Carolina, but they weren't even close places. It was like you drive, like you start at the furthest one, and you stop at the Sonic, and then you stop at Burger King, and then you stop at Chick-fil-A and get some waffle fries, and then you combine it all into your own personalized meal.
I never did that. Now, if they're all in the same gas station, that's one thing. Are you driving around to all these people?
I guess they really wanted it. It's like, as I looked at the time, I didn't think anything of it because, like, I just moved there. I didn't have a car. I was riding with some people. They're like, yeah, we're going to go out to lunch, but we're going to stop here to get this and then here and then this. It's like, dude, like, you're my ride. Whatever. Like we're picking up food for us and some people right at work. So it's like,
but this fast food isn't good reheated though. So like to go to those many different places,
and that's my thing. Like I don't even like getting food to go sometimes because even if like it's only like a 5-minute drive, that's 5 minutes less fresh that it is, right?
Right.
So like with all this, the way things are right now, it's like, all right, I'll make sure to keep extra napkins in the car, maybe get an extra fork every now and then from like someplace, just in case they forget to give me my stuff. Because if I go somewhere, it's like I'll get my food and then I'll just eat it in the car, because it's like I'm
eating on the way home because it's by the time you get home, it's cold.
Right. Because if I gotta eat
fries in the car, I'm like, these gonna be gone before I get home.
Yep.
Yeah. If I'm not gonna eat in the place, it's like, well, this parking lot is huge because nobody's here. So I'll just sit here.
I've sat in the parking lot and ate my food before because I wanted it while it was hot.
And that was me at Panera the other day. Like I parked in the spot where like they'll bring your food to you. And then I just kind of drove straight into the other part of the parking lot, like where nobody cares what you're doing there.
Like, it is what it is.
Yeah,
I think everybody's probably done that before. Like, I'm not. I just want stuff. I want my food hot. I want it to be good.
Food and ride right to the mall.
Yeah,
go right to the mall parking lot.
And the one thing that's crazy around here, though, is like, at least at where that Panera is, because I drove out. Like I said, I drove into the rest of the parking lot and just figured I'll sit there in the car and eat. And like, seagulls are there, just kind of hanging out. Right, because there's water nearby. I mean, this is like the Virginia Beach, Hampton Roads area. But like, there's seagulls there, and they would one of them just kind of like walks up and just kind of standing like maybe 10 feet from the car, just kind of looking at me like, "Oh, can I get in on this, or what's the deal?" And I'm like,
"They waiting for you to slip up."
Yeah, and because like there was a point I was about to, you drop something, you're about to like drop it off the window. It's like. And as soon as like it makes that sound, he's like, "Oh, is it time?" I'm like, "No, like go away, dude." Like,
I do not play with birds. Okay, like
it's like I'm not here for you. I'm here because life is weird on the inside. You're an animal. You don't understand what we're going through as humans right now.
Birds freak me out. I don't.
Oh yeah,
I hate ducks and gooses.
I was for a long time. Longer than I should have been, probably. I was afraid of like bird feathers because somebody when I was in kindergarten said you can get rabies from birds. So when I would see a feather, people, oh look, a feather. I'm like, don't pick it up. Do not pick it up.
Right.
Yeah, a very irrational fear of birds, or at least feathers.
My grandmother told me that about pigeons. Just pigeons. Don't touch pigeons.
Oh. The pigeons are gross though. They're like rats with wings.
Yeah, because I would see them in the parking lots, and like back when I lived in New Mexico, it's like you're a bird, and I feel like you live in this parking lot. Like,
right. Like,
I feel like you don't know how to fly. I feel like you've never seen a tree. I feel like
they're like homeless.
I feel like this is your life. Yeah, the homeless of the bird population.
Right, but it's a bird, and you're like.
A bunch of homeless pigeons bopping around.
Yeah, and I have this thing with the dunks. I'm like, they're like, oh, the pigeons. I'm like, yeah.
I didn't realize they had white pigeons until I left my.
Oh, those things are freaky.
I didn't realize they had white pigeons. I was like, so you mean my pigeons is that dirty?
I don't know. Y'all keep your albino pigeons. I'm good. Okay. No. And they got the brown spot. Nope. Something not right about it. It's got a defect. I already don't like pigeons. That one is in the class all its own.
I started questioning the grape pigeons now.
Oh.
Like, why are you so dirty?
Hey, you know what? If I dream about pigeons tonight, both of you will get tagged in some stuff on the
Bring it on.
I was like, and I swear, I was like, they're like, you know the pigeons, and I'm like, I'm not wearing a shoe with a pigeon on. I don't like pigeons. I'm like,
yeah,
absolutely not.
About those.
And they're like, oh yeah, because in New York and the pigeons, and I thought about it, and I was thinking about the movies, and you had a show in New York, and then like they run through and all the pigeons go. I was like, that is like my worst nightmare. Okay. The only thing you need to throw in there for me to actually die would be a loud thunder noise. It's a wrap. Take me out now. It's a wrap.
There was like a flock of birds that flew across the way, like when I was driving recently. And one of them was close to like and for a moment, because I had the window and I thought he had somehow got in the car. Oh, everybody was about to die. Like, because I would have just like, well, this is it. This is how I go. Because I just figured he was gonna start getting crazy.
Oh yeah,
it was so close. I was like, did that thing get in here?
I feel like birds are violent. I don't know why. I feel like they're violent.
Birds are.
They are.
Yeah, birds are violent. Ducks, seagulls, goose, chickens. They're all violent.
Because I feel like
chickens aren't bad.
I feel like they just get confused and they just resort to violence. They're just like, I'm trapped inside. All right, there's something to attack.
The roosters suck.
Yeah, roosters.
Okay, them some mean little fuckers. But chickens aren't too bad. You can go out and play around and chickens will be okay. Like they don't. And I only say that because, my great grandparents had a farm. So yes, we played with dinner before it was dinner. So it would be like, I remember when I found that out, but yeah, I'm like, what y'all having for dinner? Yard chicken. I'm like, why do y'all keep calling this yard chicken? Like, what's the deal with that? What? She's like,
so you didn't want
chicken. Yard chicken.
They came from outside. I'm like, you ate the chicken outside. I was like, what's the difference?
I remember like family we had in Mississippi, and we would go down and visit them, and like the leftovers, like they're like, yeah, just put the leftovers in this pot, in this pan, we'll dump it out for the hog.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had like a 5-gallon bucket that used to sit in the kitchen. It was called the slop bucket. The slop bucket, and we would everybody would dip all it, like it'd be like a water base, and then you just dump it in there, and you like literally take it out to feed the hogs.
It's like they didn't have I'm sure they had a bucket, but like at least at breakfast, all they had was basically like, imagine like a pan you would make biscuits in or whatever, and it's just like everybody just dump whatever they didn't eat into that, and then it would disappear. And oh man, it was.
At least y'all had it better than us. We literally had a 5-gallon bucket. It was white and it was set on the floor and it was like literally slop. Not really sure. Like now that I think about it, I want to throw up. But I was good when I was little. So
yeah, it was a lot of stuff. Like I was telling my mom about like one of our Mississippi trips because she was like, you know, like I'm sure you have kids, so I'm sure some of them don't eat certain things, some of them do. So you try to keep it straight in your head. But like my mom, she came to the realization this weekend. She's like, wait, none of you guys eat tomatoes, do you? Like her kids, right? Me, my sister, my brothers. And I'm like, I don't, and you clearly know they don't because like they still pass through the house regularly because they live close. Well, my brother doesn't, but he visits. And so she's like, why don't you like tomatoes? And I was telling her, I was like, well, that time I went to Mississippi when we were younger, and somebody handed me a tomato and said, here, have some. Because like everybody else was just eating them like apples. Like, tomato, you just eat some. And so I was like, oh, okay, I guess. I bit into it. I was like, oh my God, this is terrible. And you gotta put some salt on it. And so I put some salt on it and a bit like it's
even worse.
It didn't help. And since then, like, nope. I mean, if it's like in a soup and it's thoroughly cooked or like a chili type of situation, I can work with it. But I don't want to see it. If I see it, I don't know. But when it's just like, oh, do you want tomatoes on your sandwich? It's like, definitely not. Can't do it.
Yeah, I would prefer not to have tomatoes. Like I can eat tomatoes, they're fine. Like even if I have a few in my salad, I'm okay with it. Like I don't like those cherry tomatoes because I don't like that whole burst thing that they do when you bite them. It's weird. It's like fruit peppers. Don't like those either. It's weird.
It's like because I like blueberry muffins, but I do not want lots of blueberries in it. Like, I don't want the taste blueberries. I want the taste of blueberries.
Right.
Like that's.
I get it. Like everybody loves like people who like banana nut bread. I'm like, that's a thing. But I'm like,
but they don't like too many nuts.
Can I not put the nuts in it though? Like, no, I don't want the nuts at all. I just want banana bread.
I'd be like, so you want banana bread?
Like, yeah, that's what I want. Like this lady, she used to make it at work, and then like she would make it without the nuts in it just for me. Like these, you know, have banana bread because Michelle doesn't like the walnuts in it. No, I don't want that.
And this like, cause there's even was it like mustard for me, like on like a certain sandwiches or whatever. I'll put a little bit of mustard on there. It's enough to like I know that it's there, but I don't want to taste it. Like I don't want to have like a mustard taste.
Right.
Something about it adds just a little bit without knowing that it's there, you know?
Right, that overly, because mustard can be one of those things that is like,
I don't know, it's like if you have a maid service, like if you have a maid service, but she only comes to your home when you're not there, and you're like, huh, Consuela was here today, and then you're like, this is okay, you know?
Right. Yeah, no, and I don't like mustard seeds.
Oh yeah.
I don't want the seeds of anything. I don't want hope from anything. I don't want any. I just want the essence of whatever I'm supposed to have.
Yeah, like my kids don't like hope in their juice.
You can save all the other.
I don't like mayonnaise. I don't like mayonnaise.
Any of that.
Yeah, and that's understandable. A lot of people don't. I mean, I'm okay with it in amounts that make sense, but I've seen some people it's just like, oh
yeah, like thin layer, I'm good, but like you just lather on it.
I worked at Subway as a teenager, so when I work, people used to be like, could I get some mayo on there? And I'd be like, one squirt. They say just keep going until I say stop. I'm like.
And you want to be telling them like we got a limit.
Yeah, I'm like I want to throw this away.
Some people have a very like when I go to places, and I'm sure you've done the same thing. Like you tell the worker like, let me get a little bit of lettuce, let me get a little bit of this, a little bit of something, and they're just like,
I mean,
you think they put on extra just because you asked for a little bit?
I feel like I'm all in the business for giving you a little bit extra, but then it becomes excessive. Like,
I mean, because
Like, what are you doing?
Because I've had some people where like I tell them, well, they do give me extra of something because they know that I'm not getting a lot of toppings or whatever. And
Right.
I'm just like, yeah, I'm just gonna have like rice and beans, cheese, and lettuce in this, And they're like, oh, that's it? Well, yeah. So they make up for all you not getting like the jalapenos and the corn
Right.
and the peppers and like, well, we'll just get you some extra of this stuff. It's like, okay, cool, because you're just filling up the space. That's
Right.
fine. But when I ask for like a single thing and I just say like I only want a little of it, I kind of meant that. I don't just say these things.
Yeah, I get that whole lettuce thing. When I say light lettuce, that mean like I want you to stuff it in there and then pack it down and then
That means
brush
not a whole
the top off. Like,
don't give me a whole handful.
right, just a little.
Yeah, it's. But I don't know. Maybe that's just part of what they see over time. Because maybe the other people that come in here and ask for a little bit of something, maybe their little and my little is not the same.
Right.
But I mean, like a sprinkle in most cases.
Right, just a little bit, like just a little bit for me to taste it, but not for real.
Right.
Especially something with like onions or whatever. Like when I get like a sandwich that comes with onions on it, I'll take like 99% of them off, and if there's one that's like not like thick and big or whatever, there's one little slip. It's like this piece is fine.
See, I'm the one that would be like, "You're not gonna eat those onions."
That's
if they not grilled, they getting off.
See, the grilled one is fine. Grilled one, like if it's not like a whole bunch or whatever, yes. Right. But like if it's not a cooked onion, it needs to be like I can't even describe to a person. I can't be like, let me get this sandwich, and it's not that I don't want onions, but I want one piece of one sliver of onion.
Right.
Like diagonally across the sandwich.
And the person is like, give me extra onions.
Like,
but see, like it depends too, because I can eat onion by itself. But like it has to be a Vidalia onion. Like there's a specific one because it's sweet.
Right.
It doesn't have that pungent extra sulfur.
Okay.
Thing going with it.
Because I guess that's the thing, and sometimes it's all about like I said, like the right thing. Because we're just having that taste for it and being used to it. Because there was a guy that I worked with at some point, and he had a muscadine farm because he made wine and stuff. And he was like, "Hey, like you said you're going to your parents' house, like because they would buy wine from him sometimes. Like, I can bring you in a bag of muscadines to take to him if you want." I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And they were just eating them, like, and I was like, "What?" It's like, you do that? Like, I mean, because like I'm thinking, like, I mean, I like grapes, but that was not the same. No. It's one of those things like, no, I can't do this. Like somebody offered me some coconut water recently, or coconut, whatever. I guess it's water, whatever's inside.
Yeah.
And
you got to get the watermelon flavor.
And I was like, have you ever had it? It's good because we just got done like doing some bike rides and stuff. So him and his girlfriend, like, they drink it. Like, yeah, here you can have some. And just if you don't like it, you don't like it. That's fine. And I grab it. I'm like, nope, I don't like it. It's like, you know, when you have something that's bad, it's like it's in your throat, and you're like, oh my god,
you can't get rid of the taste.
It won't let me do it. It won't let me it won't let me ingest this because it knows I'm harming my body. You know.
Man, yeah, that is some disgusting stuff. Like
the plain kind is terrible. They got a watermelon flavor. You need to try that.
Watermelon flavored coconut water.
Yes.
It's too much. It's doing too much.
What's funny, like the other day, I bought
watermelon overtakes the coconut flavor, so it's a little more bearable.
I don't like coconut at all, so that's probably.
It seems like I'm with her. It seems like too much, and like you know what's funny is like the other day I bought Tropicana makes watermelon flavored juice, and so does Simply, and I bought both of them because I wasn't sure which one I wanted, and I was telling my mom about it later. I'm like, man, Mom, like you should try this watermelon juice. And I was like, that doesn't sound right. And I looked, it's like, maybe it has a different name. It's like watermelon flavored juice. And I'm like, oh, yeah, it's just watermelon juice, but it's not like the juice where you just squeeze a watermelon. So it's
Right.
weird, you know? Because like when somebody says apple juice or orange juice, you can make that by just
the one I had, it was like a watermelon drink, but it's watermelon, but they use everything, like the brine and everything. You can literally taste it.
See, that sounds like a smoothie or something. Is that what they call those?
No, it was just watermelon. And they just took the juice up. They just juiced it.
Yeah, that's what.
Oh, okay.
It was just like,
it had too much in it. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, like, no, I don't want to taste the. I can taste that brine part, that white part of the watermelon. You're like, now I think you're just using the white part at this point, now, and dyeing it pink.
It's like you know when I was watching some old thing, or maybe it's like reading something old thing, and talking about like Native Americans, like no, if you kill something, you use the whole thing. It's like
right.
Maybe somebody was taking that approach, and like if you want watermelon, you are getting all watermelon.
I mean, that's what they do with pigs. They use everything
from the rooter to the tutor.
So.
There was plenty of days I seen that red bucket and walk clean out the house. I'm like, I ain't about to do this.
Yeah.
I said, you got to be a special somebody to eat some chitlins, bro. I'm sorry. Like
that is not a thing I can get behind.
I love them.
Okay, how do I block you? No.
Like I only get them. Like my grandma will only make them. Like I'll only eat them from my grandma though. Like
that's who introduced me.
So
that's it. But it's only we only get them for like Thanksgiving and then for New Year's, and that's it.
For what it is, I can imagine that most people would probably only want to eat them from somebody they trust.
Right.
I feel like it wouldn't be the kind of thing where it's like you just like you're driving by and like you say, oh, KFC has chitlins now, huh?
Right, because that's something that has to be clean. Okay, like
yeah, and so it comes to like how much do you trust that person's like hygiene or whatever, you know?
Right.
And if it's family and you've been around that family enough, you do or you don't because you know.
And it depends on how they cook them. They taste different. Like some people taste how they smell raw. So you're like,
oh man. The fact my grandmother said, oh, they used to be dirtier than this back in my day, lets me know that I shouldn't be eating this now. Like, no. If you still got to clean it after the fact, no, we got a problem, bro.
Yeah. It's like, I will eat some other stuff. It's like, you know what?
I eat tripe before I eat chitlins. I eat that before I eat chitlins.
It's like I'm good. I do not want that.
It took me a while to figure out. Like I didn't know. I used to like when I was younger, like in the South. I used to love hog head cheese.
Mm-hmm.
I get a taste for it every now and then, sometimes too. But then I had like took this long break from it because I realized what it was.
Right.
Like
you'd be like, wait, I'm eating nothing but fat.
What about this name?
Sounds
made me think that this wasn't the head of the pig. Like snout, like
right.
I feel like I don't know why, but I feel like somebody brought in samples of that when I was in like 3rd grade.
Did they have crackers? Hold up, did they have crackers with it?
But I mean, you know, it's so I'm not gonna make it sound like Iowa is just one big farm, but growing up there in that time frame, you get used to certain things, you know. So like when we would drive from like, and it wasn't even a long drive. They lived in the same city, but we drive from like the grandparents' house to my aunt's house, and like you know, you pass these like large open acres of farmland, and like you see tractors driving around doing tractor things and stuff, you know, and like. I got used to that. So then later, when I would be in like other places and I'm going somewhere, it's like, no, there's no farmland here. What are they doing? Because like it's what you grow to expect. And then I start to realize that, like, looking back at it, that was the only place where I would drive past farmland on a routine basis.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Kind of like Texas.
Yeah.
Back both ways, because I lived in Detroit when my parents were divorced, so I spent my summers in like rural Alabama. Like both sides though are from kind of like the same area, so it was kind of weird because like I go home, as we call it, and I get to see the whole family, like both sides. Like my grandma's side, my grandpa's side, then it's like, and that's on my mom's parents, and like they're all down there, and then it's like my dad's family is all down there, and it's like you just see everybody all at once. It's like,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
My dad had to redline certain areas of the city and say you can't date nobody in this area.
Oh yeah, I know. Like if somebody like they're like, oh yeah, we're from Alabama, I'm like,
yeah, we can't talk.
No, just the whole state is just cut off.
Like my brother on my dad's side had a daughter with this girl that's a cousin on my mom's side, and it's like they're not related. Obviously, there's so much distance. They don't even know each other. Like that connection. But like with me, it's like it's so weird because like they're both related to me. I'm like, man, like this is that's
it took me a while to figure that out. Like my mom's brother is married to my dad's cousin.
Yeah, and it's like like there's nothing wrong with that,
right?
But it's just like to me,
it's strange for me.
Yeah, like
you're related to both of them.
Yeah,
because I need to break it up.
One of my first cousins is dating my second cousin on the other side. It's like it's weird because I'm like,
both of y'all
like my brother, they're like my sister, like. That's like siblings dating each other, like offspring siblings.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, but see, the weird part about it is they have a son.
Oh,
so like.
So that's your third. That would be your what? Third cousin or something like that?
No, why would he be? He's my first cousin though.
And see, and that's
that's my mom's brother. Okay. But she is my second cousin on my dad's side.
So that's like with me and this mystery child, wherever that person is, it's like through my brother, that would be my niece. But through the girl, that would be some kind of cousin.
Cousin, right.
So it's like
cousin niece.
Okay.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy. Like when my mom and my dad got married, they had a double wedding. So my mom's cousin, which is my grandmother's sister, has twins. Right.
Okay.
So one of the twins and my mom had a double wedding with these two, with two brothers. So my dad and his brother married my mom and her cousin.
Well, I'm working it out.
Okay.
You're still thinking about that because it's a lot. It's a lot.
That's the thing. I'm falling in my head like, okay.
Right. That's why I said you got to go grandparents to make it make sense.
Like person A, person B.
Okay, that's brothers. That's a different thing. So nephews, nieces comes from that realm, and
no, those are still cousins to me.
Yeah. That okay.
Right.
So that okay.
So. Wait. Okay. So even because it got weird because they're related. So once they got divorced, it still didn't make the offspring anything different.
Yeah.
Because we're still related on both sides.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you look at it, my grandmother and she has a sister. Okay. So both of them had kids, right?
Right.
So when you pluck one out, okay, let's take two girls out, okay? So those two girls are cousins, right? Okay. So then you have this set of brothers over here from another family.
Right.
And the brothers married a pair of cousins.
Right.
So the weird thing is they went from being cousins to sister-in-law.
Right.
Because they married brothers.
Yeah, they married brothers, correct.
They're in-laws now. So they're cousins, but they're in-laws.
Right. But I mean, every child for the cousins would be.
They're still my cousins, regardless.
You have they would be your first, second, and third cousin. Sound like
it would be my first
and
cousins and third cousins. Because the one that got married is my second cousin, because it's my mom's first cousin.
Yeah, that's your mom's first cousin. Gotcha. So yeah, you're right. That's your first and third cousin.
Third cousin.
That's scary, bro.
It's crazy.
Maybe it's too late for me in the day.
No, because it's not, because you want to know why? I literally had to write it down. So when I first started, I never, you didn't really think about it. Growing up as a kid, you was just like, oh, this is my aunt, but I know that this was over here.
I mean, once we get to in my family, once we get to a certain generation, like third, fourth, fifth, we just be like, that's your uncle, that's your aunt. Like your first cousin is technically your aunt in our eyes now, because they're too much older than you to be like cousin equal, in that sense. So that's how we just cut it off at.
And see, ours aren't like that. Mm-hmm. So my first cousins are literally the same age as me or younger.
Right.
So it's
y'all too close, right?
What? So it's weird. I don't know. It's weird. There's a lot of mixed. It seems like it's mixed up in there, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not as complicated as it sounds. So
I never figured out how to make it simple though.
No, unless you carry a diagram and
family. I mean, your dad and your uncle is that's the simple part. We get that.
Right.
It was the mom and the dynamic of
how she got a cousin.
Like if they were sisters and if there were two sisters and married two brothers, that's two different things.
Right. That would be easier to comprehend, but they're cousins.
That would be easier. But since now you're cousins and now you're sister-in-laws, bylaws and all that makes it a whole.
My dad's brother is going to be my uncle regardless.
Right.
But now my cousin is my aunt.
Right. Yeah.
Because she married my dad's brother.
Right.
But she's still my cousin. So.
Right. She's still your cousin, but she's your aunt at the same time.
Right. Yeah. And even though my parents got divorced, she's still my cousin and my aunt.
This is why I say family shouldn't marry. That's why I be like, family doesn't marry each other. That's
right. I'm like, y'all jacked your kids all the way up with that. It was fine until y'all had children. That's it. It's y'all were good until y'all procreated. And it just jacked up everything.
And then it's all downhill from there.
Y'all just screwed up the line.
Right. That's why everybody had to be so close. Okay, going over your cousin's house. That's your cousin. That's your cousin. That's your cousin. Everybody's your cousin.
Everybody your cousin. Yeah.
No.
Don't
right. Nope. I think somebody lived by the small town that my family is from. And I was like, there's somebody on IG and I was like,
really?
Okay. So you're DMing me, but we're just talking like friends, right? You're not trying to hit on me though, right? Because you know where this place is and I'm uncomfortable with you even knowing where this city is.
Right.
Because it's that freaking small.
Yeah. Be a little.
Not a chance. No chance at all. No. It's crazy.
Yeah. And that's kind of one of the risks, because you get there to that point where it's okay, so you have your family, but then you have the other side of your family, and they don't know each other because it doesn't matter to them until you go to until you go to a family reunion And
right, but that happened to one of my cousins. Like my grandma's sister, the same sister. She's got an older daughter than the set of twins. She's got another daughter. And come to find out, she almost married a cousin.
That
they didn't even find out until like after, like that. Like when I say almost married a cousin, I don't mean like they were getting ready to get married before they figured out. Like they were right there at that, just about that finish line. And I'm sitting here going, that's gross.
The red
I'm
flag
pretty sure
like, hey,
you took that for a test drive before you got proposed to. Gross. That's some traumatizing stuff, man. Like,
how do you recover from that?
Right.
I don't even know what.
Yeah. Oh God.
I would have to distance myself.
Well, that cousin, needless to say, she's a lesbian now.
Oh,
so.
That's
we're not gonna use that as a factor of that. Like that's too tough. Yeah, we're gonna.
Shit. Hey, if anything will make you turn, there you go. I would probably ward off men too. Like bump it at this point. At least y'all can't have babies if it's a woman.
The only good man that was ever good to me was a family member.
Man, that was crazy though. It was like, you almost married your cousin.
They didn't realize they were cousins, like going to the same family reunion. Like my family reunion's here too.
Because because
our families didn't really have reunions like that. Like they do them like every 10 years or so. So.
Oh, okay.
No, that's not so bad.
Yeah.
I don't know what our frequency is, but it seems regularly.
Well, no, my other side, my dad's side, literally every year. I'm like
every 3 years. Every 3 years.
And it's in the same small little Alabama town because it's easier for the older people to get to. And I'm like, but I don't want to drive on the dirt roads. So like, I don't want to. I'm like, I'm just not going. I just stopped going after a while. Like, when I got old enough to decide, like, no, I'm not. Like, It is so crazy because everybody that you see here in Detroit, like, I have a bunch of family that's from that area that we all live here. So it's like at the same time, everybody's packing up to go to the same place, and it's like,
y'all might as well got an RV.
Why can't they come here?
My mom, she won't say hosted, but organized the last year family reunion, and somehow she got a bunch of people to go on out to Charleston. I mean, it's a nice place, you know what I mean? It's not like you really had to twist anybody's arm to go visit in the summer or spring or whenever it was, but just some of the people she got to go there. It's like, wait, so you're telling me that my grandmother was on an airplane? What do you know?
Oh man.
But yeah, I'm probably gonna start getting out of here. This timer up here, I see this thing's about to hit 5 hours because cycle through.
Yeah, and my kids, they don't wake up until like 7 p.m. So it's time for somebody's about to eat dinner or something. I gotta cook. I cook before I go to bed in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I still gotta unbox and I gotta shoot right now, so I'm gonna try and knock that out tonight.
I'm about to go post a video in a minute.
I'm gonna try that tomorrow.
Yeah. I had it encoded and uploaded, and then realized that the encoding messed up and didn't have the whole video. So I didn't do that. And then I have one other video that I have done, like while I was waiting on that one to finish. So, whatever. They'll get out there, somebody will watch it, and I'll be moving on to the next one in another day or two. So. All
right. I'm gonna DM you my email so you can send the link for Sunday.
All right. Yeah. Perfect. I'll get that up tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yeah, probably tomorrow.
Tomorrow's Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thursday, okay.
Well, it's Thursday now here, I guess.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Wait, I think I'm an hour. Hour behind.
Because
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hour behind.
Okay.
All right. I'll talk to y'all.
All right. Good to see you guys. I'll catch up with you later.
Y'all have a good night.
All right.
All right.
Later, chat.
Yep.